War. Is there anything more iconic to fantasy? From the Battle of Helm's Deep to the space battles of Star Wars, warfare is a cornerstone of writing epic fantasy stories. In this compilation, I take a look at it all, from the equipment needed for war to recruiting soldiers, from the first casus belli to the reconstruction and the aftermath of war, from the battles fought to the overall strategies. And it's not just old content. Included are newly shot and never before seen insights on equipment, strategies, and how to play out multiple battles. So welcome to Just in Time World's comprehensive compilation on warfare in fantasy with your host, Marie Mullaney. In any war, the equipment used by soldiers and armies plays a crucial role in determining the outcome. From the earliest days of leather armor to the advanced energy shields of the future, understanding the evolution and variety of war equipment can add depth and realism to your fantasy world. Since covering all the equipment of war for all ages of humankind is simply too much for one video, even one as monstrously long as this one, I'm just going to cover the categories of equipment that you need to think about and show a few videos in those categories. Let's start with personal armor, as in the armor worn by an individual soldier. Soldiers in a war are particularly focused on personal armor, of course, and it has come a long way in the history of war, starting with simple hides, barely better than cloth, that our ancestors probably just tied around them, and evolving through the ages using chainmail, plate armor, and now Kevlar plating. Much beloved in sci-fi is, of course, energy shields and other advanced technologies, along with all the weird battle techniques that creates, like Dune's slow fighting. Each type of armor offers unique advantages and challenges, reflecting the technology and the resources of its time. In terms of medieval fantasy, two types of armor pieces often misunderstood are the aventail and the vambrace. Let's take a look at those two now. An aventail is a flexible curtain of mail that is attached to a helmet and extends to cover the shoulders and throat. It can even cover part of the face, kind of like a chainmail veil. The earliest aventails were riveted directly onto the edges of the helmet, but the aventail attached to a leather band and detachable was created in Western Europe in 1320. The leather band attached to rivets called varvalis, which then attached to the helmet. The most common helmet that the aventail attached to was the bastonet, and eventually it was replaced by the great bastonet, which covered the whole face in plate armor. The aventail itself replaced the chainmail coif, which was a hood created entirely out of chainmail. Vambraces are rigid arm guards for the lower arms. They are tubular shaped and normally cover at least the outside of the arm, though sometimes the entire arm. If they're attached to a suit of armor, they'll often connect up to the gauntlets and have their own counter, which is the part that comes around the elbow guard. Bracers, on the other hand, are normally made of leather and are worn by archers to protect the inside of their arms from the bowstring as they draw the bow back. Braces are still used today in the modern sport of archery. So next time that you're referring to outside the arm protection, it's a vambrace. If you're referring to inside the arm protection, it's a bracer. Of course, soldiers don't just need armor, they also need weapons. We can divide these personal weapons, as in weapons wielded by the individual soldier, into melee weapons and ranged weapons. Swords, axes, and spears have long been staples of melee combat, while slings, bows, crossbows, and firearms dominate ranged warfare. And if you're writing warfare-based, a medieval fantasy or earlier, please don't forget about slings. They were very widely used. Additionally, defensive equipment like shields provide crucial protection and even serves as bashing weapons on the battlefield. And let's check out the blades that the Turkana people deal with for inspiration on how to create unusual swords. This is a wrist knife developed by the Turkana people who live in Kenya in Africa. This is a finger knife of the Turkana people, and this a finger hook. For close combat fighting, the Turkana people wear a circular wrist knife and 1 or 2 finger knives and finger hooks, which are designed to gouge out an enemy's eyes. Next time you're thinking of just using a plain old sword, widen your gaze to check out some of the awesome weapons in the African tradition. However, it's not all about weapons and armor. Combat vehicles have revolutionized warfare, starting in the Bronze Age. Let's dive a little deeper into Bronze Age armies and their classic chariots. Hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about war. Warfare was a thing in the Bronze Age. As societies became more complex and territories expanded, you got the first armies. You got organized military units that were organized into armies. Professional soldiers and warriors became a thing. There was frequent conflicts between the city-states, the tribes, the kingdoms. The empires fell apart. There were rebellions. So you're definitely going to see a chunk of warfare. One of the key elements of Bronze Age warfare is chariots. The chariot was a revolutionary invention. It changed warfare. So the chariot is basically a 2-wheeled vehicle. You've got a couple of people with bows and arrows on the back of it. It is mobile, it is fast, and it can carry your leaders around. Chariots were invented in the Near East and spread to Egypt, and they spread all the way east to China. The chariot allowed leaders to take control of the battlefield. It also provided you with mobile forces that could strike quickly. It also became a political statement to own a chariot because, of course, they were expensive and generally your leaders went to war in them. So chariots became a central thing of the Bronze Age. And if you are building the Bronze Age, if you're building a Bronze Age civilization, you need to include them. You need to figure out how they fit into your warfare, and you need to figure out how they're used in your society, because they are so iconic of the Bronze Age, all the way from Mesopotamia to the east and down into Egypt. So don't forget about chariots. In terms of Bronze Age armies, they were actually pretty highly organized. If we look at the Akkadian army of Mesopotamia, they had several units that were, organized into their kind of respective disciplines. There was the infantry soldiers that were the backbone of the army. There was the charioteers that we spoke about now, that were your leaders and your officers and your kind of like heavy cavalry shock troops. They did also have actual cavalry to serve as scouts and to serve as mobile troops. They also had archers, they had slingers. So they had the kind of like ability to rain death from a distance. And they also had logistical support trains. These armies didn't just, walk out by themselves into a field. For every man in the field, there was somebody who was making sure that he had a uniform, that he would have food when he got, to wherever he needs marching to, that there would be tents that the men could sleep in, etc., etc. So there was full-blown logistics behind these armies, and you must incorporate that if you're doing Bronze Age military and Bronze Age warfare. In terms of weaponry, they had bows and arrows, they had axes. Swords would have been more for the elites, so I would expect the common soldier to use axes rather, because you need less bronze to make an axe. The same thing with armies, with armor, they'd have helmets, but they're unlikely to have body armor. And of course, if you're doing ranged weapons, don't forget about slingers and javelins. Yes, bows and arrows were the common ones, but slings and javelins were both extensively used. The status of your warriors in the Bronze Age society was quite high, and they were often seen as the elite or as the near elite. They either got positions of authority, or the elite were required to serve in the army, or they were automatically kind of the lower social nobility class. So warriors were definitely revered in the Bronze Age. So if you enjoyed that discussion of warfare, hit the thumbs up button. Now, in our history, we've come a long way from horses and chariots. Combat vehicles also include tanks and fighter planes, or, in a sci-fi setting, space fighters and magical vehicles. So in this category, consider every type of vehicle that is driven by a single soldier or a small team. And don't forget about animal power here, like riding on horseback, which is cavalry, but it's still a vehicle that you use to fight in. So that's small team vehicles. But what about large vehicles operated by a full crew? Well, those I call combat vessels. These are things such as battleships, aircraft carriers, submarines, and spaceships. They play pivotal roles in controlling the seas and space. They project power on the battlefield. These vessels are normally equipped with powerful weapons and robust armor to withstand fierce battles. I would include in this category, even though it's got only one rider, dragons, just because of their dominance of the battlefield. These kinds of vessels normally require large crews and can operate independently of the army they're part of. And that, I think, is the key definition of a vessel. What is your favorite combat vessel? Let me know in the comments below. Of course, we don't just have movable equipment when we're talking about military equipment. Fortifications like castles, bunkers, and walls provide strategic defensive positions. This is a really critical part of warfare. Any battle that is conducted without fortifications will be over in hours at most, as the troops get slammed with weapons from every side. But fortifications can turn those hours into days and weeks and even years, even if one force is significantly less than the other. Given the importance of fortification, let's do a deep dive into how to handle fortifications and how to add fantasy to it. Hiding behind castle walls while the enemy shoots arrows at you, scrambling for the trenches while the bullets fly, throwing boiling pitch off the giant wall on the attackers below. Fortifications of various sorts play a key role in warfare, and therefore should probably exist in your world as well, whether you're having a war on right now or not. But what kind of fortifications would make sense for you to have? And what interesting elements do they offer for the fantasy world builder? That is the topic of my video today. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If you enjoy this kind of content and you'd like to support me in making more of it, you can hit my Ko-fi page down below, or you can buy my books, the Sangwheel Chronicles, available at most digital bookstores. Thanks to all of my current supporters who really help in making these videos easier. Alright, enough of that, let's crack on. Just a quick PSA, I am not a military expert, and this is not an exhaustive list of fortifications. Okay, with that out of the way, let's talk about walls to keep things out. So we have two great examples in our world in the shape of Hadrian's Wall and the Great Wall of China. So I'm going to talk about those two and their fantasy-inspired counterparts. Hadrian's Wall stretches in modern-day northern England. It was 118 kilometers long, 3 meters wide, and between 2.5 meters to 6 meters high, and it was built by the Romans to keep out the Pictish barbarians, we think. It had a V-shaped ditch in front of the wall, which was 8.2 meters deep, and based on the Roman fossae, which I'll talk more about when we get to Roman camps and field fortifications. Now, the Hadrian's Wall stretched from Wallsend on Tyne in the east to Bowness on Selway in the west. So it was a massive wall, and it had forts, castles, and turrets at regular intervals. Hadrian's Wall very obviously inspired George R.R. Martin's Great Wall, although he added magic and ice and made his wall 700 feet tall. I think it was feet, so like 100 meters tall. The wall defended the first men from the others and their ice spiders and so on. The Night's Watch have defended the wall for 8,000 years when the book starts, and it was built by Brandon the Builder with assistance of the Children of the Forest and the giants. And it is susceptible to being brought down by the horn of Jarnum. So in both cases, the real world and George R.R. Martin's case, the purpose of the wall was to create a barrier across a country-sized area to keep one part of to keep a people away from another people. So it was a complete border wall that blocked off an area. The Great Wall of China had a similar purpose. It is a massive wall along the northern borders of ancient China, and its purpose was to protect China against the raids of the nomadic steppe people, but also to impose border controls and apply tariffs to the trade coming in from the Silk Road. And you can check out my thoughts on the Silk Road in the information cards over there when I talk about creating an overland trade route. The Great Wall of China was even used in communication. It had signal fire locations that, because of the height of the wall, would allow the signal fires to be seen from a long distance, providing a much better and faster form of visual communication. The Great Wall of China is a very clear inspiration for the role-playing game Legend of the Five Rings Carpenter Wall, also called the Caillou Wall. Now, in Legend of the Five Rings, the first wall was more like the French Maginot Line, which I'll also talk about later. It had various watchtowers and fortifications and palisades, but it wasn't actually a fixed wall. And the purpose of this first wall was to protect the Empire of Rokugan against the Onis and the dark forces of the Shadowlands, which was continually attacking the Empire of Rokugan where the people lived. In the year 1760, the Oni, known as the Maw, pushed this crab line of defenses. The Crab clan was charged with defending the wall. So in 1760, the Oni, known as the Maw, pushed this crab line of defenses and breached the old wall. A Shugenja, which is like a priest mage of the crab called Kuni Osaku, raised a wall of water and held it for 73 days while the Crab clan built a stone wall behind her wall of water. On the 74th day, Osaku's strength failed her and she died. And as the flood faded, the Maw's army strode forward and died on the Caillou Wall. So this wall has continued to be extended over the centuries, just like the Great Wall of China, which definitely wasn't built in a single emperor's lifetime, but was continually extended. So you can have these walls that are aimed at keeping others out. But sometimes it's not an actual physical wall, as we spoke about now with the Great Carpenter Wall, the first Crab Wall. So I mentioned there the Maginot Line. So what was the Maginot Line? After World War I, France wanted a defensive bulwark in case another war came at them from Germany, because the German army had decimated France during the First World War. So they constructed a defensive line. They had fantastic fortress defense points and pillboxes with the latest technology to defend against artillery. It was spaced out correctly with barriers in between them, and it stretched all the way along the French and German border. Why didn't it work? Because Hitler didn't go over the French-German border. He attacked France through Belgium, and that was not a border onto which the Maginot Line had been defended. So France was invaded by Nazi Germany and, of course, famously had to surrender. So that is an example of a wall that just straight up didn't work because it wasn't long enough and didn't extend far enough. So when do such walls work as fortifications? Well, when you have a limited area to fence off, it is not really viable to put walls around the entirety of a country. It is simply too much space and requires too much maintenance. Now, maybe if you could do it with magic, sure, then you could have a wall around an entire country. Of course, you would then also have very limited entry points into that country, and you might very well limit trade, but you could have that kind of fortification. Walls definitely do work well with magic. The Carpenter Wall had its defensive magic inlaid into it. Martin's walls had the ice blocks and all of the magic of the defending of the ice and the wall itself built into it. So you can definitely layer that wall with defensive magics and really bring out the fantastical element there. Walls are, of course, less helpful against flying enemies, but not completely without merit. I mean, Britain constructed a whole series of defensive bulwarks in case Nazi Germany did invade them during the Second World War, and you can still see the various pillboxes and fortification points along the beaches and even going into the second line of defense in the fields of Britain. It is important to remember that while you can bomb a country from a plane, if you want to invade them and take them over, you need to put boots on the ground. And that means that you are going to reach a point where those defensive fortifications come into play. So if you enjoyed that discussion about walls as fortifications and what they offer the world builder, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about castles. So Normans were great castle builders, which is why there are so many castles in France and Germany and in England. And they spent up to 40% of their income on their castles. It was both a military and a status symbol. They did use their castles to flex with. But castles were originally kind of an extension of forts. And the idea was to dominate an area. If you ignored a castle and you just rode your army around the castle, the inhabitants of the castle, the army in the castle, could sally forth and attack you from the rear. You're basically leaving an enemy in a strong position behind you. So the better transport the people in the castle have, the more of an area they can dominate with their fortifications. It's kind of the same principle on which aircraft carriers can project power over the seas. In the same way, a castle can project power over land from its stationary location. Because the aircraft carrier can send out planes to, pacify an area. In the same way, a castle can send out knights or men-at-arms to pacify the area around it. In terms of the actual construction of a castle, there is a lot, and I do mean a lot, that goes into the building of a castle. I could do a whole series of videos about various castle technologies. But just to hit some highlights, Location, location, location. This rule applies to all real estate. Richard the Lionheart built the castle Chateau Gilliard, 90 meters above Les Andelys, overlooking the Seine in Normandy. And its location all by itself offered it enormous defensibility. Indeed, it could only be taken by starving the defenders with a siege, which is a hella slow way to make war. Water is an incredible defensive feature. Even in today's warfare, with all of our advances, it is hard to cross a big body of water. Back before you had pontoon bridges, crossing a river or a moat was no joke. That's one of the reasons why Riverrun Castle in George R.R. Martin's world is so defensible. That body of water around it provides an enormous inherent defense. The walls of your castle matter. The gates matter. All of these defensive parts of the castle provide height for your defenders to drop things on the people below them. It provides a barrier that people have to try and climb up against while getting fired on from the top. Your gates provide a way to block entry point while at the same time, hopefully, providing you with a means to sally out and hit the attackers. The other really important part about building a castle is that it needs a water point inside the castle. It needs some kind of a well. You can store enough food to make it through a long siege, but if you run out of water, you're done in like a day. So if your castle doesn't have its own well, it's not going to survive a siege. Okay, so when do castles work well as fortifications? When you're protecting a more limited scope, like a lord's fief, so you only have to project power over a certain portion of the land. Now, this works well even in a country situation. If you look at the marcher lords that existed between England and Wales, there was kind of a border where the marcher lords had like castles dotted on the borders. These castles all projected power over their limited area, but they were spaced in such a way that the Welsh armies couldn't invade into England without encountering at least one of the marcher lords on that border. Castles, of course, are iconic in fantasy, so really, you can never go wrong with them. And if you enjoyed that discussion about castles, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about mobile fortifications or field fortifications. These fixed fortifications, like castles and walls, kind of fell out of favor as the speed of warfare increased. Nazi Germany proved that you can just go round a wall if you move fast enough. You can just go round a castle if you can move fast enough to get out of the area where the Lord can project his force. Also, as artillery became more devastating, those fixed fortifications became less useful. You have bombs that are called bunker busters that can dig out an entire bunker and blow it up. So it becomes much less useful to have walls to hide behind with those kinds of weaponry available to you. And also, as air power became a thing, it became much less useful to have walls, but nothing's covering you from bombs being dropped from the sky. This led to mobile fortifications or field fortifications becoming much more popular. But field fortifications have been with us for a long time. The Romans built camps or castras, and regulations required that such a camp be built whenever they were in enemy territory before the legions went to sleep. So they built field fortifications every day. The Roman camp was a 4-square camp, and it was built by the engineering units. Again, I could probably do a whole video on camps, so I'm just going to hit the highlights here. Camps were generally described by the length of time one would spend in it, for example, a 3-day camp or a 4-day camp, etc. There were also permanent camps called standing camps. The defenses of the camp included an earthen breastwork wall, as well as a V-shaped ditch called a fossa, into which were planted stakes that the legionnaires carried with them during their march. Remember that Hadrian's Wall V-shaped ditch? Same kind of principle here with the Roman camps, which stands to mind since Romans built the camps and Romans built Hadrian's Wall. They liked V-shaped ditches. There was also sometimes a clear space just inside the walls of the camp where the enemy's missiles could land without hitting anything critical to the camp. If you do want me to cover Roman camps in more detail, let me know in the comments below. But there are also very detailed videos on YouTube from channels that specialize in Roman matters, like Invicta. Also from the classical period, siege towers were another form of field fortifications. Caesar mentions one being built as high as 150 feet. Now, siege towers were used for assaulting the walls. The principles was that you built these towers and they had like wheels that they rolled on, and then you loaded them up with men and you rolled them up to the wall. The reason why this was useful was because it gave you the height to attack the defenders of the wall without them, shooting arrows down at you. So it provided your soldiers with a certain amount of defense work as they approached the wall. Trenches also form a great form of field fortification, as proved by the First World War. Now, during the First World War, these trenches also had barbed wire in front of them, and they had these extensive trench networks. There were trenches that were lower than other trenches, and so on. Now, trenches are very limited the moment you start getting a lot of air power, because they are very easy to bomb. You can also build temporary walls out of earth, like breastwork walls, or sandbag walls, where you can take sandbags and construct temporary walls out of them. And of course, in field fortifications, for a fantasy world builder, you can build your field fortifications out of magic. So you can have shields that your mages maintains, or you can even, in an advanced scientific world, you can have laser barriers or shield barriers like used in Star Wars in the fight with the Gungans, where they've got the shield covering the whole of their army. You can go nuts with your field fortifications and your fantasy elements with mages and items and tech equipment. Of course, because we built fortifications, we naturally built weapons to attack those structures. Siege weapons such as battering rams and trebuchets, and in a fantasy setting, magical siege engines, are designed to break through these defenses. One of the best uses of magical siege weapons is in Adrian Tchaikovsky's Shadows of the Apt, where he has mole crickets who have the ability to manipulate stone, so they can break through a wall with their art form of magic, which is really phenomenally well done and very well used by the commanders of that mole cricket kingdom. But it's not just siege engine breaking, it's not just fortification breaking. There's also things like mobile weapons platforms, such as artillery and anti-craft guns, which can be crucial in both offensive and defensive operations. These kinds of weapons have been with us since the dawn of war, as evidenced by the Roman ballistae, built to be carried and used by a single squad of soldiers. Check out the details on this weapon in the short now. Ballistae were ancient missile launchers that launched heavy balls or javelins, almost like a crossbow. They were powered by torsion, which is the force you evoke when you tighten cords, and that tightening power gives you kinetic force with which to fire a missile. Two thick twisted ropes were connected onto separate arms and connected at the back of the ballistae with a cord that held the actual ball or javelin. This was then tightened with a winch, and when it was released, it would fire the missile. The smaller Coryballistae were actually carried by the Roman legions to the battlefield. The largest ballistae could fire a missile that weighed up to 30 kilograms accurately over a distance of nearly 500 meters. So you can see having weapons that are operated by a team of soldiers, or artillery-style weapons, or weapons to break siege fortifications, is a pretty critical part of warfare. Now, so far, we've spoken about all manner of attack and defense equipment. But no discussion of the gears of war is complete without talking about support and logistics. Supporting an army requires more than just weapons. Troop carriers like transport trucks, armored personnel carriers, and troop transport ships ensure that soldiers can be deployed quickly and safely. Support equipment includes supply wagons, field kitchens, medical tents, and magical healing devices potentially in a fantasy world. Effective communication devices such as signal fires, specially trained pigeons, not kidding, the Romans really used them, telepathy, radios, and magical methods, and other magical methods to communicate with, can help maintain order and relay crucial information on the battlefield. Reconnaissance and surveillance equipment like scouts, drones, radar systems, magical scrying tools, even wizards' familiars who can scry with animal eyes, can provide valuable intelligence about enemy movements and positions. As a world builder, when you're putting together your armory, don't forget about the role logistics plays and what you need to include to support the attack and defense core of war in the support and logistics part of your equipment. Next up in our discussion of war, let's talk about how to recruit people to use all of this equipment you've just created. Quite often, war is the focal point of a fantasy story. But equally often, the actual raising of an army is kind of assumed. It's kind of maybe mentioned that there's a press gang, or that the banners are called, or that the professional army is sent, without any real impact on the world, the society, or the war itself even. But I think that there is a lot of potential for both storytelling and world building in the space of what kind of army a given area has. What kind of army does a noble have, and how does it work when that noble wants to go to war and needs to raise an army? And that is the topic of my conversation today. Let's take a look at various types of armies, how to raise an army, and what that means for your story and your world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. The first model that I want to talk about is a citizen militia, or the obligations of citizenship. The best example of this is probably Athens in the early Republican period. All young men between the ages of 18 and 20 were required to attend military service. This gave the Athenian Republic a large pool of reserves to draw on, and during wartime, the Republic was entitled to call up the reserve force of men up to the age of 60 years old. Most of the other city-states of Greece followed a similar model, although some of the city-states did have a small professional army called the Epilektoi. The most famous of these was probably the Sacred Band of Thebes, that were 300 men, 150 couples, and they were all male couples, gay couples, who were sworn to defend their partners to death. This, I think, is a very interesting model, that you have your small military force, and then you have a larger citizen force that you can call on in defense, or if you're going out onto a massive war. And this becomes part of your requirements for citizenship. We also see this model in Stormship Troopers, where serving in the military is a path to citizenship. Now, this kind of model works fairly well, but it does not give you the real professional army that you would need for imperial expansion. Even Sparta, who took this model to its outer edges, so in Sparta, men entered training at the age of 7, and they were brought up in militaristic barracks, and at 20 they actually joined the common mess halls and were kind of part of the soldiery. So their whole citizen population, actual citizens of Sparta, was in the army, and they also bulked out their army with slave soldiers and non-noble soldiers. On a side note, this did result in Spartan women being freer than women in the rest of Greece, probably because the men were pretty much consumed with military matters and someone had to look after the farm. An interesting application of this in fantasy was where Douglas Hill, who is a children's author, wrote the Young Legionnaire book, which was a precursor to his Legionnaire series. Now, in this book, the entire population of the planet of Muros were trained in this military fashion, both men and women. What Muros exported to the rest of the galaxy was its military might. They would hire out either small squads of their military or even sometimes their entire force. And so their whole culture was focused on military matters, and it was their primary export, which of course created a very militaristic society. So you can have this citizenship requirement around your military life, but if it's not going to be the focus of your society like it was for Sparta or the planet of Muros, it is likely that this kind of model is going to come up short if you want, for example, an expansionistic empire. And we can see that in the evolution of the Roman Republic's military. The early Romans inherited this model of the citizen militia. A landowner was expected to fight when called on and had to maintain their own arms and armor. This meant, of course, that the wealthier and more influential citizens were better equipped, and your army's actual equipment loadout was very variable from soldier to soldier. After the Carthaginian Wars, it became clear that the Roman army had to change. And those changes were driven by a man called Marius in what is often called the Marian reforms. These reforms removed the requirement that a soldier had to own property in order to serve in the military. It also removed the requirement where the soldier had to provide their own arms. The state supplied the soldiers' equipment, the soldiers' loadout, and indeed, Marius actually defined the soldiers' loadout and how they packed them and made the men train with that loadout. They were called Marius's mules because he made them carry so much weight. Anyway, so these soldiers were also paid. And because of this payment and the benefits of signing up, many of Rome's poorer citizens signed up for the army, massively bulking out Rome's professional army. And the work was found for this army in expanding first the Republic's empire and eventually the Roman Empire's land size. On a side note, in the case of the Roman army under Marius's reforms, the soldiers were often more loyal to their generals than they were to the Senate, and as such, this eventually led to the downfall of the Roman Republic and the rise of empire as individual generals became more important than the collective Senate. So that's a professional army. Now, you should bear in mind that a professional army requires a lot of money to maintain. You're not just going to have a professional army without giving up something. The NATO requirement for spending in order to join the army is a minimum of 2% of your GDP. And that's probably a fairly good number to look at to maintain, at the minimum, a defensive army. So your country or your region or your noble has to be able to spend at least that amount of money, relative to their population and their output of goods and their general economic situation. They have to spend at least 2% of that on their army in order to have anything like an effective force. Size-wise, if you have a large standing army, you're probably going to need to find some use for it. People aren't going to want to spend massive amounts of money maintaining a professional army if you never put it to any kind of use. Also, bear in mind that if you have that kind of army, it must mean that you have a good-sized population, because you are going to have soldiers away from the land and the farms for an extended period of time. So the Roman soldiers served for up to 25 years, and somebody had to be minding the store back home while this happened. So either your women are serving as your farmers and are maintaining the land at home, or you have second sons and younger children maintaining the farm, or something should be happening with your population back home. So you need a large enough population density that you can have men out in the army and still have enough people back home to maintain your agricultural produce. And lastly, a professional army probably does require some form of fairly strong centralized government, some form of a country. It is unlikely that you're going to have a standing army if you have a single barony or that kind of county-sized area. You probably need some kind of reasonably sized state, and you also need the attendant bureaucracy, because a professional army requires equipment, they require logistics, they require training. All of these things require the bureaucracy of state. So don't just think about it in terms of, oh yes, I have an army. Remember that an army needs a support structure, and an army needs bureaucracy to keep it floating. So consider how your army is supported by your state if you have a professional army. However, Rome did fall, and that gave rise to feudalism in Europe, which brings me to owning land means bringing soldiers, a model that applied both in Europe under feudalism and in Japan under the samurai system. So I'm briefly going to discuss both of those models. When we think of feudalism, this is typically what we see in a lot of fantasy. When King Theoden says, muster the Rohirrim, and when Robb Stark says, call the banners, that is what they're talking about. The king or the liege lord sends word to the lesser lords who swear loyalty to him to bring to his cause their soldiers that they are obliged to provide. Now, how this works is it's essentially pretty much a Ponzi scheme. The king owns the land, theoretically, and he parcels this out to lesser nobles, and these lesser nobles have their fiefs on these lands. And then each noble is obligated to supply to the king or the higher noble above them a certain amount of men in return for this grant of land. Now, often peasants on these lands were required to maintain their own armor and should be ready to answer the call. But it was rare that they used peasant levies in this case. They would rather utilize a corps of fighting men who were also farmers and knights and so on, and men at arms, than to raise the peasant levies. The problem with peasant levies was they had poor training, poor equipment, and someone needs to tend the farm, because when you come back from war, you want to have something to eat. And that's why noble lords in the medieval times maintained men-at-arms as a sort of small professional army around their castles. Both Tolkien and George R.R. Martin used this model, and you can see it extensively in their works. I use a mix of a professional army corps with this model because my empire, where most of the action in my novels takes place, is a large, stable force that has a strong professional corps army in some of the duchies, not all of them, but does also have a tradition of calling up the population in case of major conflict. This is an interesting model to use because it allows you to use your nobles as central points in the conflict. It is part of the job of a noble to fight in this kind of model, which means that your noble point of view characters or your noble secondary characters, etc., can get directly involved in the conflict. And this results in, of course, those characters being placed in dangerous situations, which always creates interesting stories. And of course, it's a model that we know well from everything that we know about the Middle Ages, so it is often used in our Western fantasy. But it's also the model that was very prevalent in Japan starting around the 10th century. Japan relied on landowners to provide men for their conflict, much the same as the West did. And this was the start of the samurai class. Now, it wasn't just the nobles who fought, just the same as in the European example. The men who worked on the lands that the landowners owned were used as the foot soldiers of the armies. And when the Mongols invaded Japan in 1274 and 1281, those soldiers were called up frequently to repel the invaders. You can see some of this in action in the PlayStation game Ghost of Tsushima, which is currently my favorite PlayStation game, where you see some of these Ashigaru soldiers fighting side by side with the samurai of the island of Susumu. Now, there was constant warfare between the 14th and 16th centuries in Japan, and this thinned out the ranks of those peasant soldiers quite significantly. And it gave rise to the practice of hiring the foot soldiers, and this is when they started to be called Ashigaru in truth. And they formed the backbone of samurai armies, especially after the introduction of flintlock guns by the Portuguese in 1543, because it takes much less training to train somebody to use a gun than it does to train somebody to use a bow, so your peasants became much more useful. And speaking of hiring soldiers, let's talk about mercenaries, because mercenaries have been with us probably since the idea of warfare occurred to us. Now, I did already speak about the condottieri when I spoke about adventure guilds in fantasy, and you can check out the video in the information card. But they weren't the only type of mercenary in Europe. There was also the Landsknecht, the German mercenary pikemen. So they fought in pike phalanxes, and they primarily served to counter knights' charges and so on. Now, these guys came from all walks of life, and they had different reasons for being part of these mercenary companies. Some of them were there because of financial needs, some of them were there for the adventure and plunder, etc., etc. Some of them were probably criminals hiding out from the law. Now, Landsknechts fought for anyone. They also fought against anyone and often elected their own officers and carried out military justice within their societies. By the middle of the 16th century, underemployment and a population explosion in Europe had pushed a lot of people into the Landsknecht ranks. And this resulted in roving bands of Landsknecht menacing all parts of Europe. And then with increased reliance on gunpowder and commanders abandoning pike squares in favor of shallower formations because of the changes in military forces that necessitated, Landsknechts eventually were ended by the various states of Europe who put an end to the banditry and turned rather to gun formations and musketeers. Mercenaries are also common in fantasy. Probably the best example, in my opinion, is The Black Company by Glenn Cook. Now, the entirety of The Black Company focuses on the mercenary band by the same name. And they will work for anyone. Indeed, in the first book, in the opening chapter, they are in the process of switching sides from their rebel side to the government side of the lady. They have to maintain their reputation as fighting men, and the books focus on the kind of culture that exists within such a mercenary company. How the men interact with each other, the result of fighting together so often and having your lives dependent on each other. The first book is told from the perspective of the doctor of the mercenary company. And this is an important point to remember. If you have mercenary companies, they probably have to supply all of their own logistical support, including medical support, food, camp followers, even things like siege engines, armor, weaponry, etc. And of course, they have to get paid. If they don't get paid, all of this maintenance falls by the wayside. So they always have to be ready to make some kind of a deal to get paid in terms of plunder, or perhaps even to switch sides if they don't get paid. So mercenary culture is a very fascinating thing where you are a dealer of death, but one that has a kind of accepted place in society. I always think that it adds some interesting elements to your military force to include those mercenary companies. Brief interruption here. Given the importance of mercenaries, it is worth expanding just a bit and talking about the condottieri of Italy and how Catherine Kerr used them as inspiration for the silver daggers in her world. So let's explore mercenary armies and using them in your recruitment process. The condottieri came to rise during the 14th century in Italy. So first we need to talk about what was going on in Italy during that time. Italy was by no means a unified country at this point of its history. There were city-states that were active during this period. Cities like Naples, Florence, Venice, and then of course the Papal Lands was a very great power during this period of time. Now, the thing about these cities was they had never adopted the feudal system. They instead had a craft system and a merchant system. And as such, they were exceptionally rich cities, much, much wealthier than the rest of Europe, which was doing basically agriculture using the feudal system, which is not a very efficient economic system. So these city-states had a lot of money, but they did not have a lot of spare manpower. Most of their people were busy making crafts goods. Most of their people were gainfully employed. You couldn't just raise an army by taking, extra labor from the farmlands. There just wasn't that kind of labor to spare. But they did have money. So they started hiring foreign mercenaries, foreign adventurers to fight their wars for them. The most famous of this was probably Sir John Hawkwood, who was an English knight, and he was a very, very powerful force in the Italian peninsula during the 1360s. He led a mercenary company called the White Company on behalf of the Pope. So the Pope hired him to take part in these fights. Now, I do want to say here as well, there is this sometimes misconception that the Roman Catholic Church during this period was a monolithic organization, and that, what the Pope said was kind of how it went. But this isn't true. And you can see that very clearly, actually, in the activities of, say, Florence and the Pope during this period. So the Pope declared Florence under interdict and said, the city as a whole is bad, is non-Christian. And Florence said, "Oh, really? You say that, do you? Well, I'll tell you what, we don't recognize your authority, and we're going to hire our own mercenaries, and we're going to run our own church rites." And the people of Florence didn't quite buy this Florentine church, independent from, say, the Roman Catholic Church. So the Florence nobility basically coerced the Roman Catholic clergy into running the Roman Catholic rites despite the interdict. So there was a lot more going on to the relationship between nobility and the clergy than first meets the eye in kind of a brief skim through of history. The Pope's power was not in any way absolute. This was also the time period when you actually had two popes. You had a pope in France who, had the support of the Holy Roman Emperor, and then you had the Pope in Rome who generally had the support of the city-states. And this dispute within the Roman Catholic Church was only resolved much later. If you'd like me to go into that kind of weird proxy war with the religion, let me know in the comments, and I can. Anyway, back to mercenaries. So the Pope hired mercenaries, and the city-states hired mercenaries, and there was much shenanigans with these mercenaries. But in due course, the Italian second sons of the nobles and so on were like, this business of being a mercenary is actually quite profitable, and it would probably be better if we were the mercenaries because we understand local politics. So they started forming Italian companies. Now, at first, most of these mercenary companies were pretty lawless. They couldn't really be trusted and so on. But then they started to come companies who had codes of conduct and contracts that they would sign. And in fact, the word condottieri comes from the Italian word for contract. That's what it means. It is a contractor for war, right? And these condottieri armies were quite substantial. They could go up to 5,000, even 10,000 men, which is a non-trivial force, especially for that day and age. Now, these forces sometimes weren't paid. Most famously, the Pope didn't pay Sir John Hawkwood, so instead he gave him rights over a small city. And so John now had a fief here in Italy as a mercenary company. And that became a thing. So you started having mercenary companies that were running parts of the country. And the condottieri really kind of rose to prominence. During their heyday, they were a force to be reckoned with. But then it started to become a case of they became almost friends with each other, and the leaders knew each other, and they kind of got along, and they didn't really want to go to war. So often, instead of actually going to war, they'd engage in these massively complicated maneuvers, almost like war games, and the one who outmaneuvered the other one was counted to have won, and then they'd negotiate terms of surrender, and the noble who hired the condottieri, well, he was just stuck with that outcome, right? It wasn't like he could do anything. He didn't have his own army. And so the condottieri became this real kind of power in Italian politics. This lasted until the nation state started to arise, most specifically the French nation state, and the advent of Napoleon and guns and so on. All of this contributed to the eventual decline of the condottieri within Italy, as it became more common for nation states to have armies, which of course a mercenary company can't compete with. What do you think? How important are mercenaries in your world? Let me know in the comments below. And let's get back to other methods to raise an army. Okay, but we've spoken about feudalism and its result, and we've spoken about mercenary companies. But what about in the more modern sense? Let's talk a little bit about conscription and mass mobilization. So you can have something like a conscription force where all people are required to serve in the military. Now, this can even be implemented like the Athenian model, where it is a requirement of citizenship, etc. Finland has such a thing. It doesn't determine your citizenship model, but by law, all men have to serve in the army for a year. If we are invaded, then we have a pool of reservists who can be called up to defend the country. Normally, this kind of conscription model doesn't impose your own equipment rules and so on. So it's not exactly the Athenian model where you also expect it to be a militia that supplies its own equipment. It's just you must come and serve in the army now. Kind of an extension of the press gangs of the Renaissance period. Now, this does give you a large reserve force to call on, but it is best used as a defensive rather than offensive army, since these people aren't volunteering to serve, they are being forced to serve, and there should probably be a good reason why you're doing this. The same applies to mass mobilization of your societies. Now, the thing about mass mobilization is it is very different between a sedentary and a nomadic society, as you can see if you look at the armies of the Mongol Empire. Now, in the Mongol Empire, the bodyguards of the Khan formed kind of the core of the officers of the empire. They were his trusted subordinates. And you can see that in George R. R. Martin with the concept of blood of my blood for the horse lords of the Easteros continent. Now, what the Khans in our world did was they brought the subject people of their empire, they took their children as hostages and brought those hostages into that core bodyguard around the Khan, and they trained them on the warfare that was required of the Mongol people. When these children went back to their own lands, not only were they loyal to the Khan, having been indoctrinated into his service at a young age, but they also could then bring their local forces to bear to kind of fill out the Mongol armies and provide the less mobile troops to fill the gaps that the cavalry couldn't fill in entirety. Now, the reason why I say that general mobilization is easier in a nomadic kind of culture is because you are moving with your population. So your soldiers can be mobilized in full while your women mind the cattle and kind of keep control of the camp. Indeed, Mongol women were often trained in warfare and could shoot very well so that they could form a last line of defense should the camp itself be attacked. So you can build on that kind of nomadic culture where your army and your population move together, and that gives you access to a much larger pool of soldiers. But bear in mind that a nomadic culture does mean that you are not going to have an agrarian society. You're not going to have landowners. Instead, you will have pasture rights and camping rights, and the bulk of your wealth will be in mobile wealth like cattle or horses or camels or such like livestock, rather than agrarian seed farming. So, how do you raise an army in your world? Well, I think the first thing you should do is pick a kind of model for your army. Do you have a conscription army or do you have a volunteer army? Are people forced to serve or do they volunteer to serve because of the benefits offered? Then you should pick probably between professional armies and militia armies. So, do people train and then stand ready to be called up? Or are they actually in the army? Do you have a military component of your society that is a permanent standing force? Think about the type of society you have and how that influences your army. If you have a nomadic army, do you have a kind of mass mobilization that moves with your army? If you have a feudal society, do you have the structure where your nobles maintain men at arms but can call up the peasant population in dire need? Do you use mercenaries? Do you have large groups of mercenaries that roam the countryside looking for trouble? Is your army largely fought between professional armies that rent themselves out to make war? When you're raising an army, don't forget about logistics. Remember, an army is all very fine and well, but you need food, you need weapons, you need tents, you need ammunition. You need all of these things, and who is going to supply them, and how are they going to get from where they are made to where they are needed? When your archer turns around and there are no more arrows behind him, you've got a lot of problems. And speaking of logistics, don't forget about the non-combatants required to support an army. You need medical personnel. You probably need camp followers. Those men need somewhere to go. You need armorers and engineers. You need laundresses and tailors. You need cooks and grooms. There's a whole plethora of people who support a soldier out in the field, and they need to come from somewhere, they need to live somewhere, and they probably need some kind of protection to ensure that they don't all just run away from the army. You know, soldiers can get rambunctious. There needs to be some kind of principle and culture to protect those non-combatants within your army. Remember that few people want to die. So if you're going to have an army and if you're going to raise an army, there needs to be some kind of motivation for those people. Now, you can use the iron might approach. You can force people to join the army. But if you do that, then you need a professional army that is loyal to you, that will force those people to join your army. Alternatively, you can use propaganda, and check out my video on propaganda in the information card. Or you can use nationalism as a driving force. Or you can use the benefits of joining the army, money or free education, or maybe help with housing, or some kind of monetary reward for joining the army. But think about what is going to motivate people to come and join your army. All of this so far has been the recruitment of what I'd call standard soldiers, the guys who do the bulk of the fighting and the dying. But they aren't the only forces in war. Special forces often play an outsized role in war, especially fantasy war. So let's take a look at special forces and how you can integrate them into your armed forces. I swear, it doesn't matter how often it happens. Every time I read about space marines landing on a planet, it sends chills up my spine. There really is something about elite warriors and their role in world building that is absolutely awe-inspiring. But then I like a good war movie too, so maybe I'm just prejudiced. Still, elite warriors open up a whole vista of world building and thematic opportunities for your story. In a world ruled by sword and sorcery, what does it take to make the best of the best? Are they shaped from birth, or do they become great with experience? What difference do those two methodologies make to the feel of the elite warrior in your world? Today, I want to explore the creation of the very best soldiers, starting in our own history's ancient past with Sparta. We'll stop by Japan, and then we'll transition through the movie Soldier and Valdemar into the greatness that is the Dune Sardaukar and Space Marines from Warhammer 40k. In each case, we'll dive deep into the forces that shape these warriors and explore the thematic elements that this opens up from a story potential perspective. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. So, when we talk about elite soldier in this context, we're referring to a specific tier of military hierarchy. Units recognized in their respective worlds as the pinnacle of martial prowess, whether through physical strength, magical abilities, or other extraordinary traits. So first we should talk about training and creation. And let's start with a historical example. And our journey is going to start in Sparta with her warriors. Now, Spartan warriors' training was extensively documented by Plutarch some centuries after Sparta's prime. And while it might not be fully accurate, it offers a wealth of inspiration for us as world builders. So according to Plutarch, Spartan boys were removed from their homes at age 7 and subjected to a severe regimen. Those of them who weren't unalived for not being sufficiently manly men at 7. So they became part of these regiments and they were subjected to this incredible training regime, which fostered a culture of unparalleled military excellence. Spartan boys were basically set against each other in competition, and if they were inspected in the nude, and if they didn't live up to expectations, they were flogged. They were also kept hungry so that they had to learn to steal food and other such activities. So it was a very, very brutal training regime. According to Plutarch. This Spartan methodology echoes in Douglas Hill's Young Legionary, which is set on the hostile planet Muros. Here, youngsters endure extreme training mirroring Spartan disciplines, albeit in a more sanitized form because this is aimed at younger readers. The planet's armies, renowned for their elite status, are rented out to other worlds. So you can see this whole concept of the entire planet being a military elite force echoing back to Sparta, whose entire population was supposed to be this military force. A far darker and adult-orientated iteration of this concept is seen in the film Soldier with Kurt Russell, where children are ruthlessly shaped into warriors from infancy, mirroring that Spartan ruthlessness, especially in the elimination of those who fail to meet the ideal soldier standards. So this is basically taking children and molding them into weapons of war. That is the base creation method here. So our next base creation method, we'll talk about the Knights Templar, who blend religious fervor with military discipline. So Templar Knights were typically noblemen, and they underwent rigorous training in various disciplines. Their dual role as warriors and as proto-bankers presents a unique angle on elite soldiering, where they gathered an enormous level of wealth. I talk about Templars in my video on banking, which you can check out in the information card and is well worth checking out because it is a very curious source of events. But they essentially amassed wealth because of their elite soldiering. But what I want to focus on here is how their religious fervor, their dedication to God and the Christian ideals, molded them as an elite unit. In fantasy, that theme is echoed in Warhammer 40k's Space Marines, genetically engineered super soldiers representing a stark contrast to historical example where lineage and training was the more important part. With our Space Marines, it's more about their genetic gene seeds. But the fierce loyalty and dedication of the Space Marines draw a parallel to the Knights Templar, for me anyway. So Space Marines are basically these 7-foot-tall elite soldiers wearing power armor. They've got extra hearts and all kinds of things. They've been massively genetically modified. But their origin still lies in their genetic birthright, even though it's an implanted birthright. So we have the molding of children, whole population, versus a kind of genetic selection, noblemen, or the genetic selection of implanting a gene seed in creating your super soldiers. Okay. But we have another one, and for this historical example, I am going to turn to the Far East and Japan's samurai. Now, Japan's samurai, of course, practice the Code of Bushido, and I talk about honor codes in my video on the topic if you want more information on that. But what I actually want to discuss here is that while many samurai were born into their roles, there were also some who made their way into schools based on how well they performed, who they impressed, peasants who managed to work their way up through sheer dedication to their art and then were chosen by the schools to then learn further these samurai techniques and become samurai despite starting life as peasants. So they were chosen by the schools and chosen because of their talents. That, for me, draws parallels to Jedi Knights from Star Wars and Mercedes Lackey's Heralds of Valdemar. And the reason why this resonates for me is because in both these cases, we have the people being chosen by an external force. But the force, sorry for the pun, the force chooses the Jedi, and this then results in them being taken from their families and molded into Jedi Knights. And in the Heralds of Voldemort case, the mystical companions chooses the herald potential and then they are further trained once they have been chosen. So you can go with created as child warriors, genetics, or you're chosen by an external agency of some kind and then from there on trained. Okay. So those are the three creation methods we've discussed so far. There is one more that I don't think there is a parallel for in our world, and that is Dune's Sardaukar. So Dune's Sardaukar offers a unique perspective. Originating from Salsa Secundus, their harsh environment molds them into elite warriors. Their use of Salsa Secundus as a prison planet for training after they become the gods of the Padishah Emperor emphasizes the survival of the fittest ethos, further honoring their elite status. Basically, the Sardaukar use this prison planet. They send political prisoners to this planet and they're given a minimum of training and then they're, the fittest survive on this planet. And, the Sardaukar watch them and kind of select them from there. And these prisoners become the new recruits of the Sardaukar, having been molded in this harsh prison planet environment. Okay, but why does all of this matter? So understanding the creation and training process of elite soldiers is crucial, not just for their development, but also for the societal impact they have. The Sardaukar's transformation from prisoners to elite guards, soldiers' exploration of identity and worth beyond soldierhood, and the Heralds of Valdemar's role in maintaining societal balance exemplify the impact that these creation processes have on the society. Elite soldiers can arise from various origins. Born into it, like Muros's legions. Genetically born, like Space Marines. Chosen by external forces, like Heralds of Valdemar and Jedi Knights. Or forced into it, as seen by the use of prisoners of the Sardaukar. And each of them has a thematic impact, which we will discuss in the next section. So if you found this discussion of creation processes for super soldiers insightful, hit the thumbs up button. and let's talk about narrative roles in the story. Okay, so let's start with the cost of loyalty. Both the Sardaukar from Dune and Warhammer 40k Space Marines exhibit an extreme loyalty to their rulers, often at the expense of their personal identity and moral integrity. This intense devotion serves as a compelling lens to explore themes of dehumanization and moral conflict. The Jedi Knights from Star Wars, though less extreme, also grapple with this dilemma. Their steadfast adherence to the Force and the Jedi Code frequently collide with personal beliefs, culminating in Anakin's tragic downfall. And this underscores how blind loyalty can precipitate a loss of individuality and ethical grounding. Elite warriors, by their very nature, also allow us to approach the human element of warfare from a very unique angle. Unlike ordinary soldiers who are focused on survival, elite soldiers like Kurt Russell's character in Soldier and the Heralds of Voldemort from Mercedes Lackey's world confront the war's impact on their very essence. Their stories often revolve around the tension between their warrior identity and their humanity, exploring how war shapes one's approach to duty and conflict. Because these characters are not so much concerned for their survival as for what impact the war has on them, it allows you to explore war through this very different lens. Another thematic aspect that you can explore through Elite Warriors is the morality of creating warriors. The Space Marines and the Sardaukar, again, represent individuals shaped for war, deprived of choice and a normal life. This raises ethical questions about the transformation of humans into living weapons. Is it right to take a child and to transform them into a soldier? And this is a question you can thematically ask by using these elite warriors. And then don't forget about the political implications of introducing elite warriors. Elite units like the Jedi and the Heralds of Voldemort can be stabilizing forces, while the Sardaukar, akin to Rome's Praetorian Guard, demonstrate how military can become the bedrock of political power. These soldiers can either stabilize or disrupt the political landscape, often wielding influence far beyond their intended purpose. And these themes are not confined to fiction. They mirror real historical contexts. The Templars grew so powerful that the King of France accused them of heresy, got the Pope on board with it, and the Templar organization was disbanded because of Philip's accusation. So think about the political impact that these elite soldiers have. We can see it in history, and we can certainly see its impact where it's used in fiction. You can even tell a story where the elite soldiers are standing against corruption, and then, like Philip did, they get disbanded because they are the adversary of corruption. And one or two of them then become your protagonists, who are these lone gunmen combating corruption and bringing down the evil regime, which is also a very interesting thematic part to explore. When you're crafting your elite military unit, consider these thematic elements. What role do you envisage for these soldiers? Are they going to be a force upholding a political regime? Are they going to be a catalyst for change? Perhaps a symbol of the resistance against corruption? Their creation, their training, and their purpose should align with the thematic narrative you want to explore in your world. If you want to tell a story of standing against corruption,
don't build a Sardaukar type organization. If you want to tell a story of gritty realities of wielding political power, perhaps something like the Sardaukar or the Space Marines will suit you well. Think about what you want to do with this elite unit and then take that into consideration in building how they are created, how they are picked, how they are trained, and how they are created.
And those were my thoughts on elite military warriors in fantasy worlds. A final thought before we actually get into starting the war. With soldiers, and especially with special forces, it's often quite important to have a code of honor to ensure their loyalty to the ideals of the organization they're fighting for. And as the last part of this section on constructing your armed forces, let's take a look at how you can develop a code of honor that works for your world. You have insulted my honor, sir, and I demand redress. Well, not you personally. I mean, I'd probably lose if I actually fought you. But it is the topic of today's video. Honor codes, what they offer you as a fantasy world builder, how to make them, how to break them. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If this kind of topic interests you and you'd like to help me keep making these videos, you can hit my Ko-fi page or buy my books, links down below. Okay, let's get cracking. First, what is honor? So, at a very high level, honor can be defined as your value to society. It generally comes down to a set of codes that define how you should behave given a certain class or a certain set of skills that you hold. Often, this kind of honor-based society results in very intricate and stratified class levels and very intricate and stratified shows of respect. How deep you bow to people, how do you establish rank, how do you greet a superior, how do you greet an inferior, how do you say goodbye to people, even something as simple as giving gifts to each other and whether you can accept a gift or whether you can even offer a gift to somebody else. Honor often results also in shame being a thing in your society. Now, it is important to understand the difference here between shame and guilt. Guilt is when the law establishes that you are guilty of something. But shame is a much more subtle thing because you might not be guilty of one specific thing. You might be ashamed because you have failed your society. You have failed the tenets of your honor code. And your society might very well enforce that shame by putting pressure on you to behave in the way that the society expects you to behave in a way that garners honor. And that shame can be weaponized. The best way that I've seen that demonstrated is in Catherine Kerr's books, which are set in a sort of Celtic-inspired world. And in this world, you have bards who have basically freedom of speech in order to protect the people from lords who go too far. And these bards can create what are called flyting songs. Now, these flyting songs are basically satirical lambasements of a noble. So, for example, in one of her books, there's a noble called Otto who is not as generous as he should be. And there's a bard who crafts this flyting song about how Otto is such a miser that he even steals from his own peasants. And at one point, Otto does something that makes the king very angry, and the king gets the bard to stand up and sing this song in the great hall before all the people. And this causes Otto such shame that he actually starts plotting that bard's downfall, which is actually against the laws of Devery. If you harm a bard, you're hanged for it. So you can definitely weaponize shame in that fashion. And in fact, in the latest books by Catherine Kerr, The Sword of Fire, The book opens with a bard starving themselves to death on the steps of a lord's castle in protest to the lord ignoring flighting songs and ignoring the justice that the lord is supposed to bring to the people. And that kind of action also comes from our world. People have done it in the past, but it is actually where seppuku originated from. The Japanese tradition of killing yourself actually originated as a form of protest action. It's saying that my lord has given me an order that I believe to be against my honor. Now, I cannot disobey him by the tenets of Bushido, so I will kill myself in protest of these orders and bring shame to my lord's name. At least that was the originating principles. So when you're designing your honor code, think about shame and how it is enforced by the society around which this honor code exists. And if you like that discussion on shame and honor codes, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about actual specific honor codes. So in order to tackle this subject, I'm going to talk about the two famous ones from our world, the Chivalric Code and the Code of Bushido. Starting with the Chivalric Code, which was defined really in 1170 to 1220. Now, the Chivalric Code had its roots in the much older noble habitus. So let's first take a look at those virtues. The noble habitus code was forbearance, hardihood, liberality, honor, being a good ruler, protecting your people, not oppressing them, and loyalty. So you can see that these attributes were basically about being a generally okay dude and not oppressing the people under you. And they were an outgrowth, a kind of fusion between the Roman cultures and the Germanic cultures. And out of this noble habitus grew the actual chivalric code, which of course there were many codified versions of. I'm going to take the kind of generally established chivalric code elements, which is courage, justice, mercy, generosity, faith, nobility, and hope. You can see where those origins comes from. Nobility comes from the be a good ruler, or it's sometimes called the Davidic ethic from David from the Bible. And you can see generosity coming from the same place. Of course, loyalty is there, courage and justice, and all of these things around your conduct on the field of battle. A great example of this kind of code implemented in a fantasy world is, of course, Westeros from Game of Thrones. Now, what is really interesting about the way that George R.R. Martin did this is that the code is there. And there are people like Sir Loras who pay at least lip service to it. They at least look like they're obeying the code. And then there are people like Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, that clearly do not meet any of those virtues. And yet he remains a knight. Why? Because he doesn't care. The shame rolls off him. And that's the thing with these honor codes. If you have people who ignore the shame that they feel, the honor code starts breaking down. And that means that the society starts crumbling, because your society is not built on these strong laws. These are not enforceable strictures of law. They are things enforced by the society. The fabric of that society starts breaking down when you get people like the mountain that rides that just outright ignore all the codes and elements of the honor code that they're supposed to live by. Okay, so how does that contrast with Bushido? So Bushido comes from Japan, and it was the code that the samurai lived by. It was codified quite late, although it had an oral tradition going back a long way. The tenets of Bushido are integrity, respect, courage, honor, honesty and sincerity, duty and loyalty, and compassion. I am sure that you can see the thread between these, and I will talk about that more in a little bit. But first I want to talk about an implementation of the tenets of Bushido in fantasy, and that is Raymond E. Feist and Janie Wirtz's world of Tsurani, the Empire of Tsurani. Now, the culture here is a very Eastern-based, very samurai-based culture. Shame can result in suicide, and it can be weaponized. In Daughter of the Empire, Mara, the main character, weaponizes suicide against her husband. So she makes her husband, she sets up a situation where her husband is so shamed he has to commit suicide. Even here, you can see the subversion of the elements of the culture, because this is where interpretation of honor is very important. And in the first book, we see this in the instance of Papaweu. So when Mara is grieving for her father and her brother dying on the world of Makemia, she goes into the contemplation glade where none but the family are allowed. And while she is there, she is attacked. Papaweu enters the glade and he defends her from the assassin. He saves her life. But none are allowed to enter the glade who are not family during a period of mourning. And so Papaweu is supposed to be condemned to death. And he requests permission to commit suicide, and Mara says no, and everybody starts preparing to hang him, and she's like, no, that's not what I meant at all. He must wear the black rag of the condemned. So everybody can see that he's under a death sentence, but I'm not going to kill him now. What this allowed her to do is to keep her best warrior in service, even though technically he should have died. And that kind of fine, nuanced interpretation of honor is what makes that first book phenomenal. It is one of my favorite books in terms of exploration of politics and honor for that reason, for that very, very fine nuances. In the second book of that series, Servant of the Empire, Mara gets a slave from Makemia called Kevon, and they start boning each other, whatnot. And then there's this one incident where Kevon needs to pick up a sword to help defend Mara. And there are other people there, other people of rank there, and they're all like, that slave can't pick up a sword. And she's like, well, that slave just saved your life. Did you see him pick up a sword? Because I didn't. And that samurai's like, nope, I didn't see him pick up a sword. And they're all like, nope, didn't see him pick up a sword. And that kind of blindness is another indication of that kind of nuanced view of honor, that sometimes you have to look away. Sometimes you have to be blind to what's right before you. And you can actually see the difference between what, say, Gregor Clegane was doing, where he just outright ignored the codes, versus what was going on in the Empire of Tsurani, where Mara still played within the rules, but she threaded a very fine, delicate line of honor. And if you like that discussion of Bushido versus chivalry, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about some other examples of using shame and what impact magic has. So first I want to talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender and Zuko's character arc. So when we meet Zuko, he is shamed. He's not guilty of anything. He didn't do anything wrong, but he did something that caused his father rage and shame, and his father exiled him for it. Now Zuko is trying to regain his honor, and that is his driving motivation. But through the story, Zuko learns that only he has his honor. You cannot give your honor away. It cannot be taken from you. You have your honor. And that lesson is then one that teaches him that he was never actually shamed. And that was a very interesting journey in terms of honor and shame and the driving force, and a character who doesn't overcome the original premise, but instead grows beyond the original premise to realize something deeper about his life as it was. So what you can say about Zuko is that shame drove him on his terrible path, but honor led him out the other side. The other element that I want to talk about, specifically applying to fantasy, is how honor codes are impacted by magic. And here I want to talk about D&D's paladins. So a D&D paladin has a code of honor that is enforced by their God. And if they stray away from that code of honor, they lose their power. And that is the impact of a real God driving a real set of behavior. So if Westerosi gods were real and knights had power based on their code of honor, Gregor Clegane would have lost his powers based on his behavior. And I think that it's very important to consider that in your world, especially if you have active real gods. If you have active real gods, why do people get away with breaking their honor codes if they do? Are the gods such that you can bargain with them? Can you thread a fine needle? Or do they look into your heart and see what you really mean? Or how does that relationship work between the gods and your honor code? And if you like that discussion of magic and honor codes, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about how to design your own honor code. So call me cynical, but you will have noticed that loyalty exists in both chivalry and Bushido. And the reason why it is often regarded as the most important of the virtues, is because, of course, these things are enforced and driven by a society with somebody at the top who wants the people below them to be loyal to them. So 9 times out of 10, your honor code is going to have something about how you need to be loyal to the people above you, because that just is how the cookie crumbles in terms of the people above you figuring out the honor code. There's also likely going to be something about respect in the honor code, and that's probably going to drive some respectful behavior in your society, like how you greet people, how you say goodbye to people, how you establish rank, and so forth and so on. You're probably going to have something about honor itself, so the kind of code feeding itself with that honor. If it is a militant order that is governed by this honor code, you will have something about behaving with courage. If it is, say, an assassin's guild tied to this honor code, it'll probably be something connected to never getting caught or never revealing the secrets of the order or something like that. Some kind of conduct around which this honor code is built, how you must conduct yourself in the theater that this honor code governs. The rest of it kind of depends on your society. Let's say you're a very heavily religious society, you're probably going to have something about faith in there. Let's say that you are a more philosophical-based society, like the Neo-Confucius society that gave rise to Bushido, then you're probably going to have something about integrity in there. And quite often, you will have something about looking after the less fortunate in your society, just to kind of make the code appeal to the less fortunate in the society, so that they can look at that code and say, well, that's what the knights are supposed to be. They're supposed to be generous to us, and that's why we, the peasant population, give them our loyalty. So without that element, what you will too often find is that the lesser people become jammed in a box by oppressive overlords, and eventually they will rise up and overthrow the overlords, which obviously you don't want, so you want to have some measure of compassion in your honor code. Then very importantly, how is it enforced? Is it the shame and the peer pressure of society? Is there an actual court of honor where you have to go to defend yourself if you've been found guilty of honor breaches? Is it a magical code of honor? So something happens to you if you break your honor code, whether by God or by magic or some other means. And how do you redeem yourself if you fail? Is it a case of death before dishonor, and if you're dishonored, you commit suicide? Or is there a path to redemption, a quest you can undertake, a means by which you can cleanse yourself? So give some thought to the shame of failure and how you recover from that failure. So those are my thoughts on honor codes in fantasy worlds.
Alrighty, we have fortifications, we have the people, we have their equipment. Now, how does a war kick off? Let's take a look at starting a war.
So in this video, I'm specifically looking at the start of war and how and why a war kicks off. I will probably do a video on the end of war and how war's consequences ripple through history. I'm not sure if I will do a middle of war, like the actual war itself. If you'd like me to cover something about running a war or how to do a war in the middle, let me know in the comments how you'd like me to address that, because that's such a massive topic. I'm not even honestly quite sure where to start, except to say, study the actual wars and take a look at what we do with them. So let me know if you would like me to do something about war itself and how you'd like me to tackle it. Okay, so enough of what we're going to cover, let's talk about it. First, let's get some basic definitions. War, for the purpose of this conversation, is defined as a conflict between political groups involving hostilities of considerable duration and magnitude. So this is not a conflict necessarily between nation states. It could be a conflict between religious organizations. It could be a conflict between economic organizations like guilds. It could even be a conflict between internal groups within a country, so in a civil war type scenario. And of course, it could be a war between nation states. But basically, it's a politically motivated conflict that lasts for some time. There is a distinction to be drawn between various types of war. First, what type of army are we talking about? So, if you have a professional army clashing with another professional army, it's more likely that you're looking at war as a political instrument, as defined by Karl von Clausewitz in his book On War, where he said that war was another political instrument. It was a tool of the nation state. And that is true to an extent if you are talking about armies clashing, professional kind of armies clashing. But if you are looking at war as the general mobilization of the population, you're looking at a more total war, something like the First World War or the religious wars that raged in Europe. Those weren't just political driven conflicts. They were not armies clashing because diplomacy had failed. It was the mass mobilization of populations throwing themselves at each other. And that is a very different kind of conflict, in my opinion. So that limited type of war is normally fought for specific objectives. So you're fighting to take a specific piece of land. Or the War of the Hanseatic League, where they had a battle with Denmark to open the ports to their trading ships. It had a goal. There was a purpose to the war. In the end, the First World War wasn't even about boundaries as such. It was just the total mobilization of the population of Europe with friends thrown into the bargain. And if you go through that kind of total war, you can also see war as a calamity. And this is the way that Tolstoy defines it in the last chapter of War and Peace. So Tolstoy wrote in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, and obviously war as a calamity found a great deal of resonance in the modern world as well, because of the First and the Second World War, because we saw the consequences of that kind of total war. So I think you do need to think about how your people in your fantasy world, how your culture views war. Do they see it as something fought for limited objectives? Is it something like cattle raids that go a little further than a cattle raid and evolve into a feud that evolves into a war between nobles? And it's just something that happens for limited objectives? Or has there been a war in their past that has been so large that they view it as a calamity, that they understand the nature of that kind of total mobilization of the population in order to achieve some very weird, non-existent even goal? And what effect has that had on their point of view of war? So those are some pretty broad definitions, but does war always have conflict? Well, yes and no. So in theory, you can have something like our Cold War. But in order to have something like the Cold War, which is effectively a standoff between two political groups who have weapons so large that to fire them would trigger an apocalypse, you need those kinds of weapons. You need weapons of mass destruction that are available to both sides. It doesn't help if only one side has it, right? Because then they only have to use the threat of that weapon in order to get the other sides to comply. And you can see an example of this in A Song of Ice and Fire in the early history. The way the Targaryen kings established themselves was by using weapons of mass destruction, by using their dragons. There was no way for the Westerosi kings to defend against those dragons, and so they just died, and they bent the knee to the Targaryen kings. But if there had been an opposing family that also had dragons, then it might very well have eventually evolved into a Cold War-like state where both sides are sitting there with their massive dragons, making treaties in the middle, because to unleash the dragons would result in some kind of apocalypse. If, of course, the dragons are large enough to kindle an apocalypse. So it's worth thinking about whether you want that kind of standoff in your world, and then, if you do, what are your weapons of mass destruction? So if you enjoyed that discussion of what war is, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about why wars kick off. First, before I go into kind of the main reasons, I do have to say, as a disclaimer, that war is a complicated thing. Even kicking off a war is a complicated thing, and there is very rarely only one reason. It is quite often a multifaceted thing. So when I say the reason why XYZ war happened, I'm saying that, in my opinion, this is the major reason why this war kicked off. It's not the only reason, it's just, in my opinion, the major reason. The facts that I quote here, the historical facts, are real. The opinions are mine, and only mine. So don't take my opinions as facts, but the facts are real. Okay, let's talk about it. One of the big reasons why war kicks off is economics. Now, by this, I don't mean territory gained. I mean actual economics, trade wars. And you can see this with the war between the Hanseatic League and the Kingdom of Denmark. So the Dano-Hanseatic War from 1426 and 1435 was primarily between the German Hanseatic League, led by the Free City of Lübeck, and the Danish-dominated Kalmar Union. So basically, King Eric of the Danes opened the Baltic trade route for the Dutch ships, and he introduced a toll for all foreign ships passing Øresund, or the Sound Dunes. Now, 6 Hanseatic cities, Hamburg, Lübeck, Lüneburg, Rostock, Stralsund, and Wismar, all declared war on Denmark at that point. And they put a naval blockade on the Scandinavian harbours and allied with Eric's enemy, Henry IV, Count of Holstein. So this war was really heavily linked to the Dutch Hanseatic War of 1422 and 1441. It was also very heavily linked to the Swedish revolt of 1434 to 1436, because Sweden at the time was a colony of Denmark. Look, Europe enjoyed going to war. It really did. So we were all property of one another at one point or the other. After a lot of conflict, eventually the Hanseatic League effectively won, and they forced King Eric to open the Baltic trade route for them. They didn't fully win, because if they'd fully won, they'd have forced him not just to open for them, but to close it for others. But they did get to the point where they made him open the trade route to them and remove the toll from their ships as well as the Dutch ships. And in the process, he also lost control of Sweden and had to sign the Peace of Stockholm, which gave Sweden much greater self-rule. The net end result for King Eric was actually getting dethroned in the end of the day, because if you're a king and you lose a war on that scale, kind of doesn't go that well for you, you know? Anyway, so that war was very clearly driven by economic needs. The economic needs of the Hanseatic League, which is effectively a traders' organization. And you can check out my thoughts on trader organizations and how to create a merchant guild in the information card. So if you enjoyed discussing economics as a reason to go to war, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about territorial gain. So territorial gain is pretty much what it sounds like. It's when you invade another nation in order to take their land and put your own people down, or just conquer the people who are there and tell them, well, you're no longer whatever nation you were, you're now this nation. The Roman Empire is, of course, a great example of this kind of war. So the Roman conquest of Britain is a very direct example of this war. Basically, Emperor Claudius, motivated by the glory of conquest and wanting to make the Roman Empire even bigger, invaded the island of Britain from the shores of Gaul, from where France is now. And they landed an invasion force on the beaches of Kent in AD 43. This set off battles with the British Celtic tribes who lived on the island and resulted in a war of conquest, which eventually the Romans did obviously win, as we know by the fact that there are many Roman forts and other artifacts that are found in Britain. So in the history of your world, there were certainly wars of territorial gain. It is a kind of a natural consequence of people growing to dominate empires and kingdoms and so on. So as these entities become larger, they seek to gain more land. Very definitely something that happens. Then there is the religious wars. Religion is a great motivating factor to go to war, simply because it does allow you to other your opponent. It does allow you to point at your opponent and go, they're not us. They don't believe the way we do. Therefore, any atrocity committed against them is justified in the name of our God. Deus vult, inshallah. It's there in our history for anyone to see. The example that I want to highlight is actually the 30 Years' War from 1618 to 1648. So this was a war between Protestants, two factions thereof, and the Roman Catholics, one faction thereof, but fought by princes and kings and dukes and various nobles and their armies. What happened was the Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand II, in his role as the King of Bohemia, attempted to impose Roman Catholic absolutism on his domains. So maybe I should just briefly explain here that Roman Catholic absolutism was the belief that the king is blessed by God because of his birth. So God put the king in the position that he's in by causing the king to be born the king. And therefore the king had the absolute right to rule. And the Protestants did not go with that interpretation. So Ferdinand tried to impose this absolutism on his properties in the Holy Roman Empire, and the Protestant nobles of both Bohemia and Austria rose up in rebellion. And Ferdinand won after a 5-year struggle. But in 1652, King Christian IV of Denmark who was a Protestant, saw an opportunity to expand his holdings in Germany. As I said, wars rarely have just a single reason for kicking off. In the end, Christian lost, and he had to sign the Peace of Lubeck in 1629, which effectively finished Denmark as a European power. But by then, Sweden's Gustav II, having ended a 4-year war with Poland, I told you, Europe is the PvP server, man. We love going to war. Anyway, so after ending his war with Poland, Gustav invaded Germany and won a lot of German princes to his anti-Roman Catholic, anti-imperial cause. So basically, this conflict, which started between Ferdinand and his nobles, widened to now include the Scandinavian peninsulas. Then Poland was like, you know what? You know what I could really do with? I could do with a little bit of Russia. And they invaded Russia and established a dictatorship in Moscow under Władysław, the future king of Poland. The Russo-Polish peace of Polyanov in 1634 ended Polish claims to the Tsarist throne, but it did free Poland to resume hostilities against the Baltic adversary, which is, of course, Sweden. So you've got Ferdinand, his Catholic take. You have Sweden, who's a Protestant country, Lutheran. Then you have the Calvinists, right? The Calvinist Protestants as well, in the shape of the Netherlands. And it just devolved into this incredibly brutal war, which was made worse by the fact that there was a drought and you still had lingering plague, and it was just the death toll in Europe was enormous. And in fact, it's a testament to that death toll that we actually had peace in Europe after the establishment of peace eventually. We had peace in Europe for a good century before anybody felt ready to, kick off the PvP again. If you have multiple religions in your world, and you probably do, because even if the gods are real, there will be people with different interpretations of how to worship them, and that will result in different religious orders. So, given that, you might very well have religious wars. If you do, bear in mind that this will probably result in some of the most brutal wars you can imagine, because now people are not just fighting for land. They're not just fighting for economic gain. They're fighting for what they believe to be right. And for that reason, people can justify terrible, terrible atrocities in the name of what they believe. This is not to throw stones at any religion. It just is the way that people are. There's one caveat here. Don't confuse a war that has its roots in religion with a rebellion that takes place while there's a kind of religion starting up or a reformation of a religion going on. You can see an example of that in the Yellow Turban religion that kicked off in China. And by the way, I'm not in this video going to cover rebellions as a form of war. I did do rebellions in a fantasy world as a separate video, which you can check out in the information card. So if you enjoyed that discussion of religious reasons for starting a war, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about nationalism as a reason to go to war. The biggest example is World War I. Now, World War I has really got a lot of reasons that it kicked off. There was an incredibly long arms race leading up to it. There was the race for Africa, where the European powers colonized Africa and clashed there in kind of proxy wars. But in the end, Serbian nationalism was the inciting incident of World War I. And the reason why everybody was so gung-ho to go to war is because every European nation was in these alliances with each other and against the rest of Europe. And they were all firmly convinced that their alliance was the best alliance. They were the best. They had the best weapons. And they were just going to end all wars. They were the bestest, the greatest. They all had this idea. And of course, it resulted in a terrible calamity. What is the Serbian nationalism that I say ignited the war? Essentially, Slavic Serbs sought independence from Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. And in 1878, they tried to gain control of Bosnia-Herzegovina in order to form a unified Serbia. The Ottoman Empire declined and Serbian nationalism continued to rise. And finally, in 1914, the Black Hand, which was a Serbian nationalist organization, were ready to kind of make their move and, strike a blow for Serbian independence. And a Bosnian Serb assassinated the Archduke of Austria in 1914. And that basically fired off all of the events, because with that death, it triggered the alliances, the network of alliances spread across Europe, and it just one country after the other ignited into war. So it is easy to have nationalism as a reason for war, but bear in mind that in order to have that, people need to be at the point of societal understanding where they see themselves as part of a nation state, where they have an ethnic understanding of themselves, which is not always the case. Like in the Middle Ages, people very rarely went to war over nationalism because people had no real conception of being nationalistic per se. The Romans did, so you could go with something like the Romans, or anything that sees itself as part of a nation state can have nationalism. But just because you live on a baron's land doesn't mean that you see yourself as part of the barony, if that makes sense. So if you're going to have a nationalistic war, you do need to think about why these people see themselves as part of a nation. Has there been events of nation building that have made them feel like they're part of a nation? And if you like that discussion of nationalism as the start for a war, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about civil wars. So the historical example that I'm going to talk about here is the Russian Civil War from 1917 to 1923. The Russian Civil War basically kicked off after the Russian Revolution. So the Russian Revolution I discussed in my video on revolutions in a fantasy world, and it was basically when the Tsar got kicked off the throne by a kind of combination of leftist-leaning organizations, among others, Lenin's organization. But what happened after that was the Red Russians, or the Red Army, and the White Army vied to determine Russia's political future, and they clashed about ideology and some other internal issues. So, one of the reasons why they were able to have this revolution is because of Russia's disastrous performance in World War I, and the Russian people wanted peace almost at any price. And so, when the Tsar was overthrown, the revolutionary government signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in 1918, and Russia yielded huge portions of its territory to Germany. And this caused a breach between the Bolsheviks, the communists, and the left socialist revolutionaries, who weren't quite communists. There are varying degrees of socialism and left-leaning ideologies. Anyway, topic for another time. And basically, this peace and various other ideological differences split the opponents up into Lenin on the one side with the Red Army and the communists, and on the other side, the non-Bolshevik left, so the more kind of socialist guys, the guys who weren't that into communism as such, and the rightist whites. So guys who were completely not into communism or socialism, but who allied with the leftist in order to fight Lenin. In the end, obviously, Lenin won, since it ushered in the Soviet era and all the rest of that. But the Russian Civil War is a very interesting study in a revolution, which then becomes a civil war, as the revolutionaries who have successfully overthrown the oppressive government now fall to infighting, and there's a civil war before they can establish a proper government. But for a real masterclass in using civil war in fantasy, you have to read A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin. Pretty much that is the War of the Roses, the English Civil War from 1455 to 1487, used as a backdrop for a fantasy plot. So you have the White Walkers on the one side, but all of the war for the throne part of it, the people, Robb Stark, King Joffrey, all of those kinds of characters have got very strong parallels to people who existed historically in the War of the Roses. And if you like that discussion of civil war, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about defensive wars. So by defensive wars, I do not mean the defenders in a war. Those guys are going to war to defend themselves. No. What I mean by defensive war is when you invade another territory in order to make your defense more stable. For an example of this, I am once again going to turn to the Roman Empire. The Gallic Wars of 58 BC to 50 BC, which Julius Caesar was in charge of, those were fought to make the Roman Empire easier to defend. So basically, Gallic and Germanic tribes in the area had attacked Rome on a number of times, and invading Gaul enabled Rome to use the Rhine River as a natural defensive border. So basically, these wars were triggered by the Helvetii, which were a Gallic tribe that lives kind of where modern Switzerland is now. And they were coming under increasing pressure from Germans in the northeast, and they felt trapped with their backs to the Alps. A nobleman called Orgetorix convinced his people to migrate across Gaul to the west coast and establish a new kingdom. It probably wouldn't have been a peaceful migration. The west coast was populated. There was the Aquitani tribe there who, would have resisted the invaders. To Rome, this was completely unacceptable. They wanted peaceful, stable neighbors. The Helvetii invading Gaul would not be peaceful, it would not be stable, it would upset the entire region. So they invaded. They invaded in order to cause stability for Rome itself back home while taking the war out to the provinces. It is an interesting reason to go to war, and it is an interesting reason, especially because of the accompanying propaganda. Because if you think about it, you're not just going to go on a defensive war and be like, yeah, we're going to defend ourselves, because it sounds wrong, right? It sounds like you're making a land grab, because ultimately what happened? Romans occupied Gaul. They extended the province of the Roman Republic and they took control of other people's land. It's a war of conquest. They sold it as a defensive war because they were like, but these guys are going to destabilize us. So this kind of war is often accompanied by heavy, heavy propaganda use, quite blatant propaganda sometimes, and a lot of it. And definitely, if they won and if they retained victory, the history books will be full of how this war was required for them to ensure the stability of their kingdom. And if you enjoyed that discussion of defensive war, hit the thumbs up button. So if your world has a war in it, what should you consider? Which of these should you pick? What you have to think about is what built to the war. A war doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's not like somebody wakes up one morning and goes like, I want to kill about half of the next generation of young men by sending them in to die on the enemy's spears. Very few people think like that. So there is something that builds up to it. Now, it could be a dispute between nation states or between nobles about land, something like that. It could also be something like what happened with the First World War, where you have alliances forming, you have people forming stockpiles of weapons in this kind of like arms race, and they're looking for a reason to use them. It could be something like a religious reformation, like the Protestant Reformation, that changes the landscape for nobles and drives instability. It could be something like the Helvetii migration, where one people is put under pressure in their homelands and they're actually migrating to another place in order to find new lands, which obviously evokes war. It could be a revolutionary war to overthrow a dictator, which falls into a civil war. So think about what leads into your war as well as the actual inciting incident. And make sure that your inciting incident is something memorable. Archduke Ferdinand being shot, the Ferdinand II. There's a lot of Ferdinands involved in war. Maybe we should just all stop using the name Ferdinand. Anyway, so Ferdinand II trying to impose absolutism on his people. The imposition of taxation can lead to wars. Famously led to the Revolutionary War in America. So think about what your inciting incident is for your war. Then bear in mind that your armies aren't going to move like modern armies. It's not going to be like war is declared and the next day you have 50,000 men in the field battling against each other. How long does it take people to mobilize? Are both sides ready for war? Are all the allies ready for war? When do the allies enter the war? Because remember when we spoke about the 30 Years' War, how the war expanded in pieces with Denmark and Poland and Russia and the Netherlands and everybody coming in at different spots. So think about how fast armies can move and how long it takes to mobilize them and how ready everybody is to actually go to war. And then think about the size of the conflict. If it's just two baronies going to war, it's not a very big war. If those baronies have got alliances that stretch across the whole continent and eventually pulls in everybody into this war, then it is a calamitous war. Think about war in terms of, as I said, an instrument of politics versus a total mobilization of a population, and kind of scale your war around that. Okay, so it's all kicked off. Now what? How do you actually write a war? Let's start this discussion with one of the most important aspects of war: logistics. Logistics, simply put, is the art of moving armies and materiel and maintaining those armies in the field. It involves planning and executing the movement and maintenance of forces, ensuring they have the necessary supplies, equipment, and support to carry out their missions. In any war, logistics is critical, perhaps even more important than strategy and tactics. An army that cannot be fed, equipped, or moved effectively is an army doomed to failure. In history, we see countless examples where superior logistics turned the tide of war. The Roman Empire, for instance, built an extensive network of roads to facilitate the movement of troops and supplies across their vast territory, and this gave them a significant strategic advantage. During World War II, the Allies' ability to maintain supply lines across the Atlantic was crucial to their eventual success. In a fantasy setting, the principle remains the same, even if the specifics involve magical elements of managing your logistics. Let's dive into some of the key elements of logistics. 1. Supply chains. The backbone of any army is its supply chain. This includes food, water, ammunition, medical supplies, and equipment. In a fantasy world, supply chains might also involve magical items or enchanted weapons. In your world, consider how supplies are produced, transported, and distributed. Are there magical portals that allow for instantaneous travel? Or do supplies have to be moved by wagon and ship? These all impact your efficiency of supply chain. 2. Transport. Moving an army is a logistical challenge. This includes not just the soldiers, but also their equipment and supplies. Modes of transport can range from the mundane, horses, wagons, ships, to the fantastical, flying creatures, teleportation spells, portals. The terrain also plays a crucial role in this activity. Mountainous regions, dense forests, and vast deserts present unique challenges. If you're fighting in a weird terrain, consider how transportation is then a challenge which is overcome by your armies in different ways. 3. Communication. Effective communication is vital for coordinating movements and operations. Historically, armies have used runners, signal fires, trained pigeons, and later on, telegraphs and radios. In a fantasy world, magical communication devices or telepathic links might be used. How orders are relayed and how communication breakdowns can affect the outcome of battle is something that you can use as a tension-driving device in your conflict. So how do your armies communicate, both on the battlefield and during the build-up to the battlefield? 4. Medical support. Maintaining the health of an army is a pretty critical element. This includes treating injuries and diseases. In a fantasy setting, healers and magical potions might play a significant role in the outcome of a battle. Battles are won and lost on morale, and nothing raises morale like getting insta-healed. So how available are medical supplies in your world? How about healers? Do canny commanders make a point of targeting healers to destroy soldier morale? Or is there a convention that healers should be left in peace by both sides? Or is it the reverse? Do you have a necromantic setup where soldiers can look forward to rising again to battle forth as undead minions? 5. Maintenance and repair. Weapons, armor, and other equipment need regular maintenance. This includes potentially blacksmiths for weapons, fletchers for arrows, enchanters for magical items, gunsmiths, or the creation of bullets. An army that cannot repair its equipment will quickly become ineffective. Do you have repair stations available during the battle? How are such repair stations stocked? What materials do they need? And how accessible are they to the soldiers? 6. Fortifications and supply depots. Establishing fortifications and supply depots along the route of an advancing army can provide you with a massive strategic advantage. These can serve as rest points, as places to store supplies, and as defensive positions in case of ambush. It is also a way of letting the army know your commander has his stuff together, that he's planned out the whole march, and that is another way of raising army morale. And final point on logistics, point 7, camp followers. Camp followers played a vital role in maintaining the functionality and morale of armies throughout history, and I'm not just talking about the Devil's Tango. Camp followers often included cooks, blacksmiths, medics, washerwomen, and sometimes even family members of soldiers. They provided essential services such as cooking meals, repairing weapons and armor, tending to the wounded, and performing laundry, in addition to keeping soldier morale up by doing the Devil's Tango. In a fantasy setting, camp followers might also include healers, magical practitioners, and entertainers, adding a layer of depth and realism to your fantasy setting. Don't forget about camp followers and don't be squeamish about including them. Their service is critical to the morale of the army, and they ensured that soldiers were well fed, clothed, and ready for battle. This is an often overlooked human element of warfare, and it is well worth considering how it plays into your story. Okay, those are the elements of logistics. But what tensions, challenges, conflicts, and plots can arise from logistics? 1. Weather and terrain. Weather can have a significant impact on logistics. Heavy rains can make roads impassable, while winter can freeze supply lines. Think about the old adage, don't attack Russia in winter. Similarly, difficult terrain can slow down or even stop the movement of supplies. If you have a supply train delayed, that delay can add dramatic tension to your battle as the soldiers go into the battle half-armed. 2. Enemy interference. Enemy actions can disrupt supply chain. Guerrilla tactics, sabotage, and direct attacks on supply convoys can cripple an army. In a fantasy setting, this might include raids by magical creatures or sabotage by enemy spellcasters. This was really well used by Adrian Tchaikovsky in the Shadows of the Apt series with a storyline of Prince Selma DM, and it made for great reading and a fantastic story arc for Selma himself. So it is well worth considering that kind of guerrilla tactics to disrupt supply lines. Logistics plot 3, scalability. The larger the army, the more complex the logistics. A small raiding party can live off the land, but a large army needs well-organized supply chains. So make sure that you scale your logistics to meet the needs of your army. 4. Resource management. Managing resources effectively is very, very important from an army commander's point of view. This includes rationing supplies, prioritizing repairs, and ensuring that critical items are always available. Poor resource management can lead to shortages, and that can lower that always important soldier morale. That drop in morale can be a great source of tension in the story. The supply lines are suffering, the men need to eat less, and the battle is imminent. How can you raise their morale? Immediately you introduce tension. Let's apply these principles of logistics to a fantasy scenario. Imagine an army marching to defend a fortress under siege. The army's supply chain includes food produced in nearby farms, weapons forged in a distant city, and magical potions created by a guild of alchemists. The supplies are transported by a combination of wagons, ships, and enchanted flying creatures. The terrain is challenging, with dense forests and a mountain range to cross. The army uses signal fires and magical communication stones to coordinate movements. Along the way, they establish supply depots and fortifications to protect their flanks. The enemy, aware of their movements, sends raiding parties to disrupt the supply lines. The army responds by assigning scouts and placing wards to detect and repel attacks. Medical tents are set up at each depot, staffed by healers and stocked with potions from the alchemists. Blacksmiths travel with the army to repair weapons and armor. As the army progresses, they encounter severe weather, slowing their advance and causing delays in the supply chain. The leaders must make tough decisions about rationing supplies and prioritizing resources. Despite these challenges, the army manages to reach the fortress in time thanks to the pre-planned supply depots. All of these create structural points of failure and tension that you can build on to create your story. Logistics is such an important part of warfare, and it can determine the success and failure of an army. By considering the various elements of logistics and incorporating them into your fantasy world, you can create more realistic and engaging stories. An army marches on its stomach. It's an adage for a reason. The best strategy in the world will not succeed without a solid logistical foundation. Okay, logistics done. Let's talk about war itself. War comes in many shapes and sizes. For example, there was the pastry war. After his Mexico City pastry shop was destroyed by a lawless mob in 1832, a French chef named Remontel asked the Mexican government to pay damages to the tune of 600,000 pesos. They laughed at him. So Remontel went to the French government to ask for aid. Eventually, King Louis Philippe became aware of this situation and demanded that the Mexicans pay Remontel, including a whopping 90% interest rate on the original asking price. When they refused, the French blockaded Mexico and occupied the city of Veracruz. Mexican General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna came out of retirement to fight the French, but even he couldn't help. The French stayed until Mexico agreed to pay. However, they weren't too prompt in this payment, and this eventually led to a second French invasion in 1861. But the French Empire was not long for this world at that point, and it fell before they could make Mexico pay Remontel, the pastry chef who was probably long forgotten in this full-blown war over damages to his shop. What's the stupidest reason you've heard of for a war? Let me know in the comments below. But truthfully, there is a lot to war. Of course, the largest part is the armies crashing into each other. But before we get to the armies crashing and the battles, I want to talk about some specific elements of war that aren't necessarily the foot soldiers of the army. And let's start that discussion by taking a look at naval battles. One of the greatest opening scenes in any movie is surely from Pirates of the Caribbean, when Jack Sparrow steps off the sinking ship at the docks and onto the jetty. For our land-based species, the ocean holds so much fascination, and the men and women who spend their lives exploring the ocean tend to be held as a breed apart, making them fascinating story matter, whether you're writing fantasy or not. But what happens if you add magic to ships and sailing and naval warfare? Today, let's explore that topic. My name is Marie Mullaney, and this is Just in Time Worlds. Today, I'm going to cover the basics of the ship types we have had in our world and in our history, and then I will discuss how magic impacts ship construction, sailing, monsters of the deep, and actual naval warfare. Our oldest form of ocean-going boat is probably the outrigger boat, where stabilization is provided by an extra flotation device attached to the main vessel. A modern-day implementation of this ship is the catamaran. The ship that I think of when I think of these kinds of vessels is a double-hulled canoe of the Polynesians, who sailed across the vast expanse of the Pacific using these ships. Then, if we turn our attention to the Mediterranean, we get the trireme, which was invented by the Greeks based on the design of the Phoenicians. It was called the trireme because it had 3 banks of oars. It also had sails. The ship was therefore propelled by both muscle and wind. Besides its triple oar banks, the trireme also had another fighting innovation, which is the ramming prow. Because it had the power of rowers to get it up to ramming speed, giving the ship a ramming prow allowed it to become a juggernaut in naval warfare. In terms of ranged attack, the ship could obviously not have had cannons, since there were none at that time, but the Greeks did add catapults that shot Greek fire at the enemy ships, which is equally terrifying. David Gemmell's Troy series features some amazing naval conflicts, as well as being a retelling of Troy, so it features Odysseus and his ship type, the Homeric galley. From the Mediterranean, let's move to the east and the junk. The thing that makes the junk a unique design is its fully battened sails. That is, these ribs that run across the sails and allow the ship to quarter the wind better. At least that's what my research says. I am not a sailor, so I'm very dependent on the reading I've done. Apparently, the junk could just about sail straight into the wind. The other unique feature that the junk brought in was the rear-mounted rudder, rather than the side-mounted rudders of the outriggers and the triremes. Now let's move up to the north to the Scandinavian Vikings. The Viking ships had swallow drafts, which allowed it to raid up rivers and to cross shallow rocks. They were actually super expensive to make. The sails were made of wool and required the shearing of around 30 sheep per sail. They were also super uncomfortable, lacking in cabins and so on. They were basically the lean wolves of the sea. And finally, there's the ships from Europe's Golden Sailing Age. These ships were mostly 2 to 3 masted ships with a rear-mounted rudder and a lot of sail. They're also generally the ships with cannons and the ships that we think of when we think of sailing ships. Raymond E. Face tells a great story with this type of ships in the book The King's Buccaneer, where the famous line that he's quoted on comes from, "The stern chase is the long chase." Before we move on to magic, let's briefly talk about naval culture. What you have to remember is that a ship is basically a floating death trap. Anything could happen, and when you're days sailing away from a coastline with an uncertain shore ahead of you, you have a lot of nervous people on that ship. Your captain has to maintain order, and yet he lives under the threat of mutiny because, frankly, there are more sailors than there are of him. For a really good example of the maritime culture and how that kind of disciplinarian versus working with the men has to be in terms of the shipboard experience, there is nothing that I can recommend more than the movie Master and Commander. The midshipmen in this movie are the right age, being around 13 years old. There's also a scene where the crew are singing Spanish Ladies, and one of the officers sings along. The crew actually stops singing because he's fraternizing with the crew, and that's against the rules. And the captain also gives him a disapproving look. The captain also later speaks to him about this and says that you mustn't fraternize, but you also can't be a tyrant, because if you're a tyrant, that will incite mutiny against you. So you have to walk that fine line of not fraternizing, but not being a tyrant. Okay, now we understand the naval culture and we understand the ships that we've had historically. Let's move on to fantasy and magic. Okay, so now we understand culture and we understand the ships in question. But what happens if you add magic? What happens in a fantasy world? So, of course, you can simply replace your catapults or your cannons with evocation-based mages who throw fireballs at the enemy ship, and that would be a legitimate use of magic. But it is the most uninteresting one, so beyond saying install mage here, I'm not really going to comment on it. Instead, I'm going to focus my time on the more interesting applications of magic in a naval system. And the first element that I want to discuss is construction of the ships. The author that I will reference here is Robin Hobb and her Live Ship series. The live ships are constructed from wizard wood, and they become sentient after 3 owners from the same family have died aboard the live ship. At that point, the live ship becomes a sentient being, which is a fascinating way of gaining sentience. What makes these live ships great is because they have their own personality, they become an intricate part of the story. The thing that keeps you alive on the ocean is a sentient thing that you need to keep happy, because if you don't keep it happy, you could end up in a really sticky situation. The other author who has used this very effectively is Anne McCaffrey in the Brain and Brawn series, which is technically science fiction, although I would count it more as science fantasy. Now, these are spaceships where the brain part of the ship is the actual ship into which has been installed a person who has suffered some sort of injury that makes their body uninhabitable. So their mind gets installed into a ship. The brawn is a human who acts as their crew, basically, who, runs around and looks after passengers. And if the brain of the ship loses interest in taking passengers to where they're supposed to go, you could end up in a very nasty situation as you are on a sentient ship in a hostile environment. So if you're building out your naval experience, consider whether your magic would have any impact on the actual construction of your ships, and if that could result in a sentient ship, if that is a story that would interest you. Of course, when sailing, one of your big elemental risks is the weather. So any mage who can offer weather control would be of massive advantage to the sailors, both in terms of ensuring that you don't experience wind stillness and thus just drift aimlessly on the ocean at the mercy of the tides, and in terms of making sure that you don't get taken by a storm. So the first author that I'd like to reference here is Rick Riordan, who wrote the Percy Jackson series. In the book The House of Hades, Jason Grace and his buddies are stranded trying to convince the South Wind god to fill their sails and blow them in the Argo 2 to where they need to be. Wow, the innuendo in that sentence. I am so sorry. I meant, the wind blow the ship. Anyway, after Jason Grace accepts that he should actually be Greek rather than Roman. The south wind does agree to take them to their destination by filling their winds with sails. No, by filling their sails with wind. So you can see that the control over the wind obviously brings a great deal of benefit of magic to sailing. However, you can also have monsters or bad situations created by magic that is weather control. And for an example here, I'm going to turn to Jacqueline Carey and the Kovri blog. This is a direct quote from the book describing the Kavria bog. I did not see it until the lightning flashed again. Kazan, still standing, enwrapped in the coils of the Kriav bog. From ankles to chest, its serpentine tail entwined him. Its sinuous neck rose above his head, veined wings outspread and beating at the glowering air. Eyes glittered like rubies in its wedge-shaped head, and the mouth opened in a hiss, triple forked tongue flickering at his face. He fought hopelessly against it, sword arm still free, making no dent in those preternatural scales. This monster was the result of a curse against the pirate Kazan by his mother, and before he could reach the shore of his homeland again, he had to endure the ritual of the Thetalos that cleansed his blood guilt from him. And while the Kriav bog fought him, it also called bad weather down to prevent him from landing his ship, and in fact, even when they turned back from the land, the Kriav bog called down the winds and the storms and blew them all the way to the island of Temenos. And so you can utilize these fantasy monsters to create an ocean that presents your characters with a whole new challenge to fight. And speaking of monsters, monster summoners or controllers like druids could add a lot to both naval combat and general sailing experience. Imagine a ship drifting on the water all by itself and there's a fleet of pirate ships coming close to it. And then the druid stands up in the prow of the ship and summons the Kraken and releases it to feast on the pirate ships, which would make for a pretty interesting tactic if you think about it. And now that we've spoken about war on top of the ocean, let's dive beneath and talk about underwater warfare in a fantasy world. A fascinating world lives under the ocean waves, even in our world. Strange fish swim in the depths, hunted by creatures we barely understand. As a world builder, the ocean holds even more fascination. The potential for building a world under the ocean is enormous and fascinating. Today, I want to delve into exploration and transportation, warfare and combat, but all of those underwater. But every journey must come to an end, and sometimes that end leads you to other people, and those other people could be hostile, or you could be a hostile colonial force. Either way, if you've enjoyed the video up to now, consider giving a super thanks and a thumbs up, and let's talk about warfare and weapons under the sea. Fighting beneath the ocean's surface presents a very different set of challenges and opportunities compared to terrestrial warfare. Traditional warfare tactics would have to be adjusted significantly to account for factors like drag, buoyancy, fluid dynamics, and the omnipresent pressure changes. In terms of weapons, some of our land-based implements would be completely impractical. Arrows, throwing stones, slings, these things won't work underwater due to water resistance, making those missiles travel very slowly and therefore being ineffective. Close combat weapons would likely dominate, with a focus on piercing instruments like spears or tridents, as slicing or blunt instruments again are hampered by water resistance. Remember, everything travels slower, so you want things that can pierce, which is why almost all animals underwater have piercing weapons when they have things that they thrust with. The use of domesticated or trained creatures could also play a significant role in combat underwater. Imagine warriors being, having reins on like armored dolphins or stingrays. Or a trained school of barracuda could serve as a moving, feeding frenzy of destruction. Poisonous creatures, like certain types of jellyfish or sea urchins, could be used as a sort of biological weapon, deterring attackers or setting up deadly traps. Let's explore weapon development in a bit more detail, since I found that thinking about how a weapon might evolve helped me come to grips with what kinds of weapons you might see under the water. So, in your phase 1, your basic tools, initially the first tools might have been similar to ours. Simple, naturally occurring objects that could be wielded as weapons. Underwater, this could be sturdy kelp stalks or a piece of coral, and it would be used to strike or poke at adversaries. A hardened shell could serve as a rudimentary shield against such a poking object. In phase 2, you would have tool refinement and material discovery. So as societies grew more sophisticated, so too would their weapons. They might learn to shape sturdy coral branches into more streamlined shape, reducing the drag and increasing their effectiveness as a stabbing weapon. They might discover different materials, particularly hard or sharp types of shells, minerals, or even the bones of certain marine creatures. And this would allow them to further expand their arsenal. The next phase could involve the domestication and use of marine life as weapons. As mentioned earlier, certain creatures could be trained for battle, but they could also be used to make weapons. The tough hide of large sea creatures could be used as armor, while the teeth or barbs of predatory fish could be harvested and used as natural daggers or as the heads of harpoons, as a simple coral stick becomes a harpoon, which is then used to stab forward, hook, and jerk back, doing additional damage. Finally, we come to the most advanced stage of the progression of weapons as these people learn more technology, and that would be bioengineering and magical infusion. So using biotechnology, these underwater societies could start growing their own weapons. So instead of just taking a piece of coral and shaping it, they could shape the way the coral grows itself and harvest their tridents from it. And you could have the corals grown to include, say, poison, or you could have them additionally incorporate other animals into like the head to create a harpoon and so on. And then further, infusing weapons with magic could increase their effectiveness. A spear could be enchanted to always find its target. A shield could be imbued with a spell that deflects incoming attacks. Magical enhancements might also overcome some of the challenges posed by the underwater environment, such as spells to reduce drag or to increase buoyancy. So when you're creating your underwater weapons, think of what your species would have started with in their caveman days and evolve the weapons as their tech increases. And this will give you some nicely diverse weaponry for your various societies to use, depending on their material availability and their magic. But of course, weapons are only one part of warfare. What would strategies and formations look like under the sea? Classic terrestrial formations like shield walls or phalanxes would be a little more impractical due to the three-dimensional nature of underwater combat. Instead, formations might be more fluid and dynamic, mimicking schools of fish or swarms of jellyfish. There would be a shift towards 3D maneuvers and flanking, taking advantage of the up and down as well as the around. Now, I'm definitely not a military strategist, but in order to illustrate this, I did come up with 3 possible formations to show you what I mean. And I created these formations based on watching some videos on sea creatures' attack strategies and defense strategies. So formation 1 is based on the orca's strategy for hunting. Orca pods are known for their strategic hunting techniques. They employ a coordinated approach to encircle and isolate their prey before launching a swift, lethal strike. An underwater civilization could adopt a similar formation. The soldiers would form a wide circle around the enemy, closing in from all sides, including up and down. This formation would give them control of the battlefield, allowing them to dictate the pace of the fight and isolate individual opponents for focused attacks. Formation 2, which I called the Barracuda Blitz, is based on barracuda, who are renowned for their speed and surprise element they bring to their attacks. So, borrowing from this formation would involve a loose, spread out formation to minimize the risk of a group attack counterattacking. At the commander's signal, the troops would then converge on the enemy with lightning speed from multiple directions. For this, you would obviously probably use some kind of cavalry equivalent. So maybe your intelligent species harness barracuda specifically for this and for their speed. This shock and awe approach would be especially effective in open waters where the element of surprise can turn the tide of battle. And then formation 3 is a defensive formation that I called the herring haven. Now, schools of small fish like herring often escape predators by forming massive, tightly packed balls. They move in unison, creating a mesmerizing, swirling mass that confuses and deters the predators. The herring haven is a defensive formation based on this strategy. The soldiers would pack together tightly, moving as one to avoid enemy strikes. This formation would work well against attacks from all sides, providing a fortified defense and confusing the enemies with its fluid, ever-changing shape. So if you're coming up with battle formations for your underwater warfare, the way animals under the sea hunt and defend against hunts could be a great source of inspiration. Of course, when it comes to defending settlements, you do want fortifications. As I discussed in my video on the topic on land, you definitely are going to look for that kind of castle-type structure, even if it doesn't look exactly the same. Coral fortifications could act as the first line of defense for your underwater civilization. Engineered and grown over time, these corals would form labyrinthine structures that not only provide a physical barrier, but could also serve as a confusing terrain for those trying to invade the city-state and places where ambushes could be set up by the defending soldiers in order to combat the incoming attackers. Coral fortifications, of course, would naturally blend with oceanic surroundings, making it difficult for enemies to distinguish the entrance points of your city. Then you could use stationary sea creatures to play a crucial role in defensive strategies. Sea anemones, for instance, could be nurtured around the fortifications at strategic points, and their venomous tentacles could be poised to sting unwelcome visitors. Octopi, with their high intelligence and camouflage capabilities, could serve as excellent sentinels, alerting the city to the approaching enemies and potentially setting up ambush points where they could attack incoming troops. So beyond these immediate defenses, the very pressure of ocean depth could also serve as a formidable deterrent. If you have multiple species of intelligent life underwater, those who are living at a depth have a natural defensive strategy in that it is difficult to reach for others. And there might even be people who have migrated to the depths and adjusted to living there in order to defend themselves against other of their own species. And this could give you varying races under the water that are of the same species, but some of them have adapted to life at depth and some of them still live higher up. And then, of course, magic would play a critical role here. You could have spells that manipulate water currents to create barriers or vortexes to repel or trap invaders. You could have enchantments that obscure or disguise settlements, or could make them harder to locate even with echolocation. On the other hand, overcoming these defenses would require equally inventive offensive strategies. And you could really lean into magic there as well, perhaps having magic that blasts through coral, or magic that in a biological weaponry that makes coral sick. Or you could have potentially, attacking pods of dolphins or orcas with their echolocation that fan out to find where the city actually is. So I've spoken a lot about biotech and about domestication of creatures. I do think that this is going to be prevalent in an underwater civilization just because there are so many creatures and many of them are stationary. I do also think that biotech would take the place of our smithing. I think that people would grow much of their technology. That shaping of the coral and perhaps speeding up of the growth of coral would become a base building block for your underwater civilization. But back to warfare, the possibilities for underwater warfare are pretty vast and exciting, from mundane strategies adapted to a new environment to unique weapons and magic that really can bring to life the zone underwater as your underwater species come into conflict. So if you enjoyed that discussion of warfare with a sideways dive into technology, hit the thumbs up button. And from deep under the ocean, let's leap up into the sky and talk about aerial warfare. I don't know if you read a lot of Roald Dahl when you were young, but I certainly did. I also, as an adult, read some of his books. Most notably, I read the book Going Solo, which is his biography of his time as a Second World War pilot. And what I remember most about that book is how new flying was as a part of warfare. And then I did some research into it and realized that in the First World War, flying was even newer. Airplanes were barely considered to be a weapon during the First World War. In fantasy world building, we can go so much further than just flying. And that is the topic of today's video. I would like to discuss fantastical creatures, flying, and warfare in fantasy worlds. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. My name is Marie Mullaney. As I said, planes were used during the First World War for the first time in a war capacity. At first, they were used primarily for scouting, because they enabled long-range scouting of enemy troops, including even taking aerial photographs. Scouting makes a huge difference in war. A battle can turn on what each commander knows of the other's movements. So, if you have flyers in your army who are fast, small, and perhaps have some magical abilities that lets them hide in clear skies, you have a world of advantage that will make your enemy suffer enormously. This is in part how Mance Rayder in A Song of Ice and Fire employs the wargs, those people who can inhabit animals, the so-called skin changers. The ones who can inhabit birds are often used as scouts because the birds are ideal for this purpose, being fast flyers who largely go unnoticed by the enemy. In addition to being used as scouts, planes also made a huge difference in the logistical theatre of war. The most pertinent application of flying in logistics that I could think of was the Berlin airlift of 1949. The story goes as follows. After the Second World War, Berlin was famously split into two sections. Actually, it was split into four, but I don't have the time to delve into all the complexities of the post-war settlement. In the end, it was only the East-West split that mattered, so Berlin was split into two. The Soviet Union in 1949 blocked the Western Allies' access to roads, railways and canals so that they could not get food and supplies to the part of Berlin that they controlled. The reason for this blockade is way out of the scope of this video, but the response to the blockade was genius. The Western Allies, primarily the USA but also Great Britain and many of the British colonies assisting, delivered nearly 2.5 million tons of stuff via plane. At the height of the airlift, one plane reached Berlin every 30 seconds. The Berlin airlift lasted 15 months, and it certainly taught the world the value of planes as a method of controlling logistics. From a fantasy flying perspective, your problem with logistics is weight. In order to really impact logistics, your flyers need to carry weight, and creatures with wings carrying a lot of stuff is hard to believe. But if you go with items as flying devices, such as flying carpets, this is where those items really come into their own. If you can hold your supply line with flyers, you're sitting really pretty, especially considering the old adage, an army marches on its stomach. If you can transport supplies via flying, that stomach marches a very long way. That brings me to the first aggressive application of flight, attacking supply lines. Flyers make superb hit-and-run fighters for such guerrilla tactics. And, as the Second World War paratroopers taught us, they make equally excellent delivery vehicles for dropping ground troops into combat areas to enable further action behind enemy lines. A good application of this from a fantasy perspective is Falcon from the Marvel MCU. He is a hit-and-run fighter who can carry himself into enemy territory and wreak havoc in the areas that are critical to the enemy and that they are trying to protect behind the main bulk of their forces. Flyers can also hit and run at the bulk of enemy forces. In The Hobbit, the Battle of the Five Armies, you see the giant eagles doing this to great effect, swooping in from the sky, picking up a target and swooping out again before the enemy can respond. I've also recently read this being used in Dread by John Gwain when the Ben Elam, a flying race, pick up warriors off the battlefield, lifting them and dropping them, causing panic and confusion on the battlefield. This is especially effective if you treat it like a sniper and run these kinds of single kill events against officers of the enemy army. And finally, of course, planes or flying devices or flying creatures allow you to bomb the enemy, delivering death from above. Of course, you might not actually have bombs in the modern-day equivalent, but majors in flight can have the same effect. Bombing is definitely a winning technique, especially if your opponents don't have flight also. And that raises a point that I want to emphasize. If one side has flight and the other doesn't, the non-flying side is going to need to get very innovative to stand any chance of even being competitive. They don't have to reach the point of flight themselves, but they need the equivalent of anti-aircraft guns at the very least. And that can get very interesting in a fantasy world. Depending on the nature of the flight of the enemy, you can come up with some fascinating counters, from anti-magic zones to weather magic that sends cyclones to scatter the enemy flyers. It can be a very, very interesting tactic and very interesting for consumers of your world to explore. The key takeaway is this: if one side controls the skies uncontested, the other side loses. So if you can't fly and your enemy can, either make peace or get innovative. Of course, this is fantasy, so flying is not the only thing that we can include in a fantastical army. Let's talk about creatures. I recently rewatched the 3 Hobbit movies. Now, it was a stretch to make one book into 3 movies, but I'll give Peter Jackson this. Those movies are a glorious extravaganza of fantasy world building in a movie form. Especially in the last movie, in the Battle of the Five Armies, you get a very clear idea of the impact of fantasy creatures in armies. What I want to emphasize first is size. Size matters on the battlefield. If you have giants or creatures of gigantic proportion who can crush whole populations under their feet, you're going to end up in a very bad situation if you don't have a means to counter that size. If you counter that size by having monsters of your own, you might end up in a situation where the 2 monsters are fighting each other and everyone else just gets crushed underfoot. So when you're creating your fantasy armies, be very aware of the size of the creatures involved, if you do include creatures, and how that impacts the armies and the theatre of war. And drawing on the world of Tolkien once more, let's talk about natural weapons like claws. The wargs that the orcs ride into battle are certainly a great example of this. Their bite doesn't rust, can't be disarmed, and does devastating damage. Now imagine if you made that bite venomous as well. A fantasy army that included some kind of snake creature that could poison the enemy as a natural weapon attack, like a spitting cobra derivative, would scare me rigid if I was the enemy commander. And speaking of scare me rigid, if one side includes all the scary stuff and the other side doesn't, the non-scary side is going to need innovation. As we discussed when we spoke about flying, if you don't have monsters and the other side does, you need some way to counter those monsters. Otherwise, the war is going to end very badly for you. So we've spoken about size, natural weaponry, and flight. But what about the other elements of non-human physiology? What if one of your races is really, really hard to kill? What if they regenerate? Or if they can heal themselves? What impact does that have on your battlefield? Because at this point, you have to kill a race multiple times. So again, what does your opposition side do? Or is everybody these semi-immortal warriors that battle each other to a near standstill and only killing blows make any impact at all? In which case, your warfare would alter so much because it would be less about doing attrition style of damage, because everybody can heal from that, more about doing precision style damage. So instead of having the chaos of the battlefield, you would have a lot more individual duels as people try to kill each other cleanly, because that's the only way to put someone down. That would be a really, really interesting approach to warfare as well. Or what if one of your races is actually super well adapted to magic, but they are very easy to kill? Your proverbial glass cannon. Do you then deploy them as like artillery, but you put shock troops around them to protect them from the incoming attacks? And do you then have specialist units on the battlefield that are trying to snipe these artillery units, these glass cannons, out of existence before they do too much damage? What you have to remember is consistency is again key here. If you have a race that is super well adapted to magic, it is likely that somebody would apply that in war. It's the nature of human beings that we are at our most innovative at war, because our lives are on the line, and that makes us think of new ideas. It makes us discard old ones, because what was unthinkable becomes thinkable really fast when it's that or die tomorrow in the battle. So when you're building something that you're like, nobody will ever think to apply this in war, think again, because somebody will. And if it's a realistic kind of world, somebody probably has. And speaking of consistency, the other thing that you need to remember is that warfare has real consequences. If in your world there is a race that is super well adapted to warfare, Like they are the only race with magic, or they are the only race with flying abilities. It is entirely likely that they dominate the politics of your world, and that they are an imperialistic, expansionistic race that hold the rest of the world under their thumb, under the threat of war. And if they have all of these advantages and they don't do this, the question that consumers of your world are going to ask is why? Why do these guys have all of the military advantages and they have not dominated every other country? And just before we reach magic and armies, I feel that I really should discuss the complexities of space warfare, at least a little bit. Space battles are a staple of science fiction and fantasy, offering a unique canvas for storytelling with their own set of rules and challenges. This is just a brief little segment where we'll discuss the different roles that various ship types play, the concept of space terrain, and the 5 most common mistakes made in space warfare. If you want me to dive deeper into space combat, comment down below and I'll add it to the list. Okay, let's start with the roles of different ship types in space warfare. Just like in naval warfare, different ship types play specific roles in space combat. Each type of ship is designed for a particular purpose, and understanding these roles can help you create more realistic and engaging space battles. Now, bear in mind that these ship types are an amalgamation of different stories and movies and series that I've read. You might call them by different names within your world. I'm just taking the ones I've most commonly seen used in various sci-fi stories and putting them into categories of warfare. Okay, 1. Fighters. Fighters are small, agile ships designed for dogfighting and quick strikes. They are often deployed in swarms and used for hit-and-run tactics, protecting larger vessels from enemy fighters or small-scale attacks. 2. Corvettes. Corvettes and frigates are slightly larger than fighters and serve as the backbone of a space fleet. They are versatile and can be equipped for various tasks, including escort duties and scouting providing support fire. 3. Destroyers. Destroyers are designed to be fast and heavily armed. They are used to protect larger ships from enemy fighters and smaller warships. They often serve as the fleet's primary line of defense against smaller, more agile threats. 4. Cruisers. Cruisers are mid-sized warships that balance firepower, armor, and speed. Cruisers are multi-purpose vessels capable of engaging a variety of targets and fulfilling several roles, from direct combat to fleet support, and potentially also hosting fighters within the cruiser itself. 5. Battleships and dreadnoughts. These are the heavy hitters of a space fleet, boasting massive firepower and heavy armor. They are designed to engage and destroy other large ships, serving as the primary offensive force in fleet engagements. And then, of course, like everything else, you'd need things that aren't necessarily weapons, like carriers. Carriers serve as mobile bases, deploying and recovering fighters and bombers. They provide logistical support and act as command centers for fleet operations, ensuring that smaller craft can operate far from home. And then you can have support ships, which include repair ships, medical ships, and supply ships. They ensure the fleet remains operational by providing for repairs, medical aid, and resupply during extended engagements. Same as with logistics in a land war, you don't want to go to war without these, perhaps even more so, because in space you cannot live off the land necessarily. Now, one of the elements of warfare in our world and on a world is, of course, terrain. But in the boundless vacuum of space, the concept of terrain takes on a very different meaning. Space terrain can include celestial bodies, asteroid fields, nebulae, and even artificial structures like space stations. These elements can play a critical role in space warfare, influencing tactics and strategies. So let's take a look at some of those elements of space terrain. First, asteroid fields. These can provide cover and concealment, allowing smaller ships to ambush larger vessels. However, navigating these fields requires an enormous amount of skill, as collisions can be very deadly. Nebula. Nebula can obscure sensors and visuals, making them ideal for hiding ships or launching surprise attacks. They can also interfere with communications and targeting systems, adding an element of uncertainty to the battle. Planets and their moons can serve as strategic points for staging attacks or establishing defensive positions. The gravity wells of these celestial bodies can also be used to slingshot ships for increased speed or to trap enemy vessels. Don't forget that these bodies affect the space around them with more than just their physical matter. In space, the gravity well of an item matters. Space stations. These artificial structures can serve as bases, repair docks, or heavily fortified positions. Controlling a space station can provide significant tactical advantages during a battle, and having a battle for that control can really add an extensive strategic element to your space fight. And finally, wormholes and jump gates. These hypothetical or fantastical elements allow for rapid travel across vast distances. Controlling these points can be crucial for strategic movement and surprise attacks during space battles. Okay, let's close out this space segment with a quick look at the 5 most common mistakes made in depicting space warfare. 1. Ignoring the vacuum of space. Space is a vacuum, meaning there is no sound and no atmosphere. Explosions shouldn't create noise, and ships won't bank and turn like aircraft in an atmosphere. Emphasizing the silence of space can add a unique and eerie realism to your battles. 2. Overlooking 3-dimensional movement. Space is not limited to a 2-dimensional plane. Ships can move in any direction, and battle should reflect this 3-dimensional freedom. Incorporate tactics that utilize vertical and horizontal space, such as pincher movements from above and below. 3. Forgetting about inertia and momentum. In space, objects in motion remain in motion unless acted on by another force. Ships won't stop or turn on a dime. Realistic depictions should account for the momentum of vessels, requiring thrusters and careful planning to change direction and speed. 4. Unrealistic energy and resource management. Space warfare requires significant energy for propulsion, life support, and weaponry. These depictions of endless energy supplies and overpowered ships can break the immersion of your reader. Consider the logistics of energy management, fuel limitations, and the need for resupply during space combat. And mistake 5. Simplifying communication and coordination. Communication in space can be very challenging due to the vast distances and potential interference from celestial phenomena. Instantaneous communication isn't always feasible, especially if you perhaps haven't broken the faster-than-light barrier. Introducing delays in communication and breakdowns can massively contribute to the tension and realism of your narrative. And if you've enjoyed this exploration of space warfare, hit that thumbs up button, and let's move right along to magic and armies and the influence it has. The crackle of lightning across the battlefield, the wound healing by mere touch, the horror of the soldier rising up from the ground to fight again, his corpse animated by the dark power of necromancy. Hello, and welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. Today I would like to discuss battle magic and its inclusion in fantasy armies. I'm going to break down today's video into a basics of what a fantasy army is, and then I'm going to talk about how magic can be included in a fantasy army in various capacities, and finally I'm going to talk about how magic is included in armies in terms of where a mage slots into the army. My name is Marie Mullaney, and this is another episode of Just in Time Worlds. If you like this kind of content, please do hit the subscribe button. And if you want to join in the conversation, I do have a Discord server, link in the description down below, where you can connect around my content, my upcoming book, and all kinds of world building discussions. Okay, let's get cracking. What I really need to cover in the basics of a fantasy army is the various troop types that you can have. If any specific component of this army sounds very interesting to you, comment down below, let me know, and I'll see if I can make a specific video about that kind of troop and its use in fantasy armies. Right, on to basic troop types. First, let's talk about light infantry. This type of troop is often called a skirmisher. They are usually deployed in a skirmish line, an irregular open formation that is much more spread out in depth and in breadth than a traditional line formation. Their purpose is to harass the enemy by engaging them in only light or sporadic combat to delay their movement, disrupt their attack, or weaken their morale. Such tactics are collectively called skirmishing. Heavy infantry fights in a tight formation. Examples of this include the Roman legions or the troops that formed the body of Shaka Zulu's bullhorn formation. Light cavalry are skirmishers again, though they actually were more lightly armored than heavy cavalry. They often used sabers of various sorts and were quite often horse archers as well. The most famous example of light cavalry is probably the Mongol hordes, who were one of the most effective fighting forces in the world. Heavy cavalry is both more heavily armored and more likely to fight in a formation. The origin of heavy cavalry goes all the way back to the chariots used in the Bronze Age. Chariots were eventually replaced by cataphracts way back when, and cataphracts very clearly influenced the medieval knights that arose in Europe. The last type of troop that I want to discuss is the ranged warrior. Now, ranged can be included in an army as part of the skirmishers of both light infantry and light cavalry, but it can also be a specialized unit that serves to break the enemy unit's morale and defensive lines. Our oldest ranged weapon is probably the sling. There is a quote from Didorius Siculus, a Greek historian from the 1st century AD, that shows very clearly how important slingers were in ancient warfare. But when Hamilcar saw that his men were being overpowered and that the Greeks in constantly increasing number were making their way into the camp, he brought up his slingers, who came from the Balearic Islands and numbered at least 1,000. By hurling a shower of great stones, they wounded many and even killed not a few of those who were attacking, and they shattered the defensive armor of most of them. For these men, who are accustomed to slinging stones weighing a mina, contribute a great deal to the victory in battle. In this way, they drove the Greeks from the camp and defeated them. If you'd like me to do a video on ranged weapons or the weapons used by these various troop types, let me know and I'll add that to the list as well. This breakdown excludes your navy, which is a beast by itself, and it also excludes any flying troops that you might have. Flying can quite dramatically impact an army, and I thought I might cover that in a future video on fantastical elements of a fantasy army, like fantasy races and creatures. Let me know if that would be interesting to you, and I'll prioritize it. Also, if you're interested in a navy breakdown and how magic could be used there, let me know that too. Let's move on to magic and fantasy armies. So the first thing that you need to understand is that if both sides have mages, counterspelling is going to be a thing. Now there is an amazing quote by a character called Nakor from Raymond Feist that goes something along the lines of, the first mage casts a spell, the second mage casts a spell, then the army comes along, and while the mages are counterspelling each other, the army kills them both. Which, yeah, I can see that happening. But attacking with spells and counterspelling would be a critical part of two armies clashing when both contain mages. So if you're constructing battle magic and you're going to have it have a very direct impact on the battlefield, consider how it could be countered and whether it would be countered. This is, of course, the most direct model of battle magic, where you have mages tossing fireballs, mages tossing lightning, mages protecting the troops from the other mages' activity, and all that kind of very, very direct magic. But it's probably not your most influential magic. That kind of mage is predominantly like an artillery cannon. So it's the same kind of effect as we have today, where you have long-range artillery shelling a position. It's devastating, but it doesn't actually change warfare all that much. It's just another weapon. So let's talk about some subtler applications of magic that have enormous impact. Healing and necromancy are two sides of a coin. So healing allows you to pick up your troops. It allows you to bring people back to the battlefield faster. If your healer can instantaneously heal people up, like a D&D spell, for example, you can keep an army going for ages. All you need is enough healers to keep picking people up, or healers at a specific location where people are dragged to be healed. Either one of these two models works. Necromancy allows you to do the same thing, except that it turns your troops into mooks. Now, necromancy also gives you the added benefit of being able to raise the enemy's troops against them, inflicting not just the enemy's troops on your enemy, but also the horror of them seeing their friends rise to attack them, which has a certain shock value if you think about it. Healing and necromancy therefore have quite a large impact on the battle. And speaking of mooks created by necromancy, your mook generator, so your mage who can summon golems, has a dramatic impact on the battle because he can send inanimate constructs to go serve as cannon fodder while, say, crack troops of highly skilled non-inanimate troops follow behind them. And that would be quite a strong tactic and would definitely change the flavor of the war. But the mook generator and the healer and the necromancy are still fairly direct applications of magic. You can go even subtler with your effects and have your magic impact your logistics. One of the adages of war is that an army marches on its stomach. What if that stomach was fed by magic? What if you didn't have to carry supplies with you? What if you didn't have to cook? What impact would that have on the speed and ability of your troops? Buffing your troops before battle, how would that impact their ability to keep going? In an even subtler application of magic, this is like, subtlety of magic is like an onion, okay? It has layers. In an even subtler application, What about using illusions on the battlefield? We actually have used illusion in war before. It's just that it's more David Copperfield illusion rather than gnome illusionist illusion. During the Second World War, as part of Operation Overlord, the Allies launched Operation Bodyguard, the purpose of which was to mislead the German military command regarding where and when the Allies would launch their invasion of Normandy. It was an amazingly comprehensive operation, including fake planes at various staging areas that were meant to show that the Allies would invade Norway. They also fed false information through double agents and generally put up one hell of a show for the German leaders. Now imagine that, but with the power of real illusion behind it. That could dramatically alter the way that you approach warfare. And then what about majors as your snipers? What about majors as your crack SAS style of troops? What if you have majors who can teleport into a location, assassinate the enemy general, and teleport out? The impact of that on your state of war would be dramatic, because your general now has to be protected constantly against attack from any quarter. Or you have to figure out how to prevent such teleportation from happening. And that's again where your counterspelling and your magical protections come in. But these things have a duration, so you have to keep renewing the spell. So it becomes a very complicated art to keep your battle magic running in a smooth manner, especially in a case where you have ubiquitous magic. A great show of battle magic appears in The Witcher in episode 8. If you have not watched The Witcher from Netflix yet, you might want to skip to the chapter of including mages in your army, as this section will contain not plot spoilers but magic spoilers. So skip on now if you want. Right. In The Witcher, the magic is fairly low-key until episode 8 of season 1, where we see magic explode in the battle. What I found really interesting about how they used magic here is that they started out with magic almost as support and logistics. There is a scene where the archers are firing arrows, and those arrows are transported by the mage to hit key critical targets. Or the arrows explode to do almost artillery shelling damage. There's a great scene where they use alchemical powders to create a massive explosion. And another fantastic scene is where there is a mage holding a door by growing a plant into that door to block access. All this is still reasonably subtle application of magic. It's only right at the end where it seems that all is lost that one mage seriously unleashes, and she burns the whole battlefield down in a very direct display of a one-man army trope. That is to say, the trope where one mage can kill a whole army. I'm quite interested in seeing how they handle this explosion of power in season 2 of The Witcher. Comment down below, let me know where you have seen magic included in books, where it really altered the way that the war feels, where it changed battlefield tactics dramatically in a way that made you feel like you were experiencing a different world. So your models for inclusion are magic as part of the existing unit. This was done by Mercedes Lackey in Valdemar. The Empire did it this way, where mages were assigned to a squad and they worked with that squad. They were like another soldier, but assigned to the squad. This works best when your magic is reasonably common and reasonably interchangeable. So it's not a high specialization magic, because soldiers are kind of uniform people. So if your mages are going to fit in with uniform people and be able to work in one squad or be assigned to another squad, then magic has to be kind of uniform. They have to have a certain level of skill and be able to do the same kind of things. So they have to be able to buff, maybe a little bit of healing, maybe a little bit of like generating some heat or making food or whatever it is that they can do. There's got to be uniformity. You could also have magic as its own specialized unit. This works best when you have a situation where magic is rarer, so you need to consolidate your magic into a unit. Or maybe where magic is very common, like in the bending world in The Last Avatar, where you've got squads of benders participating in the battle and doing the bulk of the fighting. You can also include magic in your armies through mages as the hero figure. So this works best where magic is either very rare or you have a one-man band effect. So what I mean by a one-man band is the mage can take on an army by themselves because they can lightning the crap out of it or fireball whole squadrons to death. You have to be a little careful with this model because if you don't have a reason why the mage can't act, then every battle is a foregone conclusion. The mage comes to the battlefield and all the fighting stops because they just take out everybody who opposes them. The end. And that's not a fun story to tell for anyone. And the last model for inclusion is magic as auxiliary troops. So this is typically where you have your magic as healers, your magic as buff bots, your magic as mook generators, and where they handle the logistics. Generally, this means that your magic is fairly rare and mages are too rare to risk close to the front. Where do you want to be? You want to say hello to the people? Look, it's people again. It's dirty. Where do you want to be? You want to be there? There you go. Now, war obviously consists of battles, and battles can be funny things. So before we dive into how to actually handle your war and set up your battles, let's check out one of the weirdest battles in history, the Battle of the Ugra Stand. November 1480 on the banks of the Ugra River was possibly the strangest battle in history. The forces of Grand Prince Ivan III of Muscovy were facing the forces of Akhmat, Khan of the Great Horde, and the river was slowly freezing between them. Once it froze over, surely the battle would be joined. But as the river continued to freeze and the Russian forces continued to build up, Akhmat started to have second thoughts. By the 6th of November, he decided, he had better things to do. Maybe he had to wash his hair or something. And he withdrew, leaving the Russians victorious on the field. But victors or no, the Russians didn't see any point in getting killed chasing Akhmat, so they too withdrew, and the Ugra got to freeze in peace that year without any blood spilled on the ice. This battle is called the Great Stand on the Ugra River. How are you guys holding up? Have you cleaned your house yet? Have you got a drink? I hope you're ready, because we are finally hitting into the ebb and flow of war itself. So let's dive into the strategic complexities of the 30 Years' War and how understanding this historical conflict can help you craft realistic wars in your fantasy world. The 30 Years' War, fought from 1618 to 1648, involved multiple factions, shifting alliances, and significant environmental impacts. First, let's give it a little bit of historical context. The 30 Years' War was primarily a conflict between Protestant and Catholic states within the Holy Roman Empire, but it eventually involved most of Europe. The war was fueled by religious, political, and economic tensions. The triggering event was the defenestration of Prague, where Protestant nobles yeeted two Catholic officials out of a castle window, sparking the wider conflict. Yes, it really is called defenestration. Yes, they really did yeet them right out the window, thereby unaliving them. And that establishes our two overarching umbrella factions in the war. The Catholic side consisted of the following countries. One, obviously, the Holy Roman Empire, led by the Habsburg emperors, specifically Ferdinand II and Ferdinand III, who aimed to impose Catholic absolutism in monarchic rule. Spain, who supported the Habsburgs, aiming to maintain their dominance in Europe. And the Catholic League, an alliance of Catholic states within the Holy Roman Empire. On the other side, the other umbrella side of the war, was the Protestants, consisting of the following countries: the Bohemian rebels, who initiated the conflict in Bohemia and were part of the states of the Holy Roman Empire. Denmark briefly intervened under Christian IV, but were defeated, as we'll talk about. Then Sweden, led by King Gustavus Adolphus, was a major Protestant force. And weirdly, France, despite being Catholic, France supported the Protestant cause in order to counter growing Habsburg power. Factions can have very complex motivations, and in this case, France's desire to see the Habsburgs fall was bigger than their sense of being Catholic. Understanding the motivations and shifting alliances of the factions is crucial for crafting a realistic and engaging narrative. In the 30 Years' War, each faction had its own goals, from religious dominance to territorial expansion, and their alliances changed as these goals evolved. One of my biggest bugbears in how fantasy writers write wars is they have like one big battle that resolves everything, aka the Battle of the Five Armies in the Hobbit trilogy. It's just like one battle, all done. War doesn't work like that most of the time. War is a series of battles, skirmishes, sieges, and other activities. And each one gives your side victory and morale boosts, or removes victory and morale boosts from your side. Let's use those as counters and check out the 4 phases of the 30 Years' War based on that theory. Phase 1, the Bohemian phase from 1618 to 1625. Sparked by the defenestration of Prague, the Bohemian phase saw the Catholic forces crush the Bohemian revolt at the Battle of White Mountain in 1620. The Catholic faction's tail is up and they're winning. They get 1 victory and 2 morale points. 2. The Danish phase, 1625 to 1629. King Christian IV of Denmark entered the war to support the Protestants and lifts the Protestant morale a bit, but he suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of Lutter in 1626, and he doesn't do much for his side's chances. The Catholics are still riding high, and they get another victory point. Phase 3, the Swedish phase, 1630 to 1635. King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden entered the conflict, winning key victories at the Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 and the Battle of Lutzen in 1632. Everyone cheers, and the Protestant morale gets a significant upswing. However, Gustavus is killed in the Battle of Lutzen, so a bit of a knock there. The Protestant side get 2 victory and 2 morale points, knocked down to 1 because Gustavus died. Then we come to phase 4, the Franco-Swedish phase, 1635 to 1648. France, despite being Catholic, allies with Sweden to counter the Habsburgs. Now, I know, there's all these jokes about France surrendering, yada, yada, yada. But during the 30-Year War, they were a military powerhouse. The Protestant morale gets a massive boost. And indeed, the Battle of Rocroi, 1643, marked a significant victory for the French against the Spanish. The Protestant side gets another victory point and another morale point, and they kinda win the 30 Years' War. And I say kind of because no one won. Everyone lost that war. It was horrible, and the casualties inflicted was staggering. But insofar as countries gained from the war, I'd say France probably gained the most from the 30 Years' War. Now, before we summarize the strategic lessons we can take away from the 30 Years' War as fantasy world builders, I just want to touch on the environmental conditions of the time and their impact on the war. The 30 Years' War coincided with a period of severe famine and harsh winters, which had devastating effects on the population. Starvation and disease were rampant, exacerbated by the destruction of farmland and infrastructure. These conditions not only affected the civilian population, but also influenced the outcome of the war by weakening armies and disrupting logistics. Half-dead people make poor soldiers, not to mention the need to keep armies fed on this famine environment. When writing about war in your fantasy world, consider how environmental factors such as harsh winters, droughts, or magical calamities can impact the conflict. These elements can create additional challenges for your characters and add realism to your story. Okay, so let's summarize how you build a war from everything we've learned so far. 1. Shifting alliances. The 30 Years' War saw alliances constantly shifting based on political, religious, and economic interests. In your fantasy world, create dynamic alliances that evolve as the war progresses, reflecting changing goals and circumstances of each faction. 2. Logistics and supply chains. Logistics were crucial in the 30 Years' War, and disruptions often determined the outcome of battle. Highlight the importance of supply lines, food, equipment, and medical supplies in your narrative. Consider how armies manage their logistics and the impact of logistical failures. 3. Morale and momentum. Morale played a significant role, with victories boosting confidence and defeats leading to demoralization. Show how morale affects your characters and armies and use it to create tension and drama. And for the love of tiny chickens, if the sides are evenly matched, don't just have one battle. That's not how war works. 4. Environmental challenges. Incorporate environmental factors into your story. Harsh weather, famine, and disease can be as deadly as any enemy army. Show how these challenges affect both soldiers and civilians, adding layers of complexity to your narrative. And 5. The impact on civilians. War affects everyone, not just the soldiers on the battlefield. The 30 Years' War devastated the civilian population, with entire regions left in ruins and significant population decline due to starvation, disease, and displacement. This social impact is critical for creating a realistic depiction of war and its aftermath. And speaking of affecting societies, the aftermath of war is a thing often ignored by fantasy world builders. The Treaty of Westphalia, which ended the 30 Years' War, had a profound impact on the cultural and political environment of Europe. It decentralized the Holy Roman Empire, established principles of national sovereignty, and led to the rise of standing armies maintained by the state rather than mercenary forces. Really, the Treaty of Westphalia created nation-states as we know them today. War can have many impacts, both on the winners and the losers. And let's take a look at the cultural impact of losing a war. War leaves deep marks on any culture, win or lose. It can cause an entire culture to die or to disperse across the world in a diaspora. It can make a generation carry guilt or lust for revenge. It certainly shouldn't be ignored if you have war in your world to think about what the effect is on your cultures. So today, let's talk about the scars that wars leave on the losers of a war and what effect that could have in your fantasy world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. First, I do have to issue a disclaimer. Today's topic is controversial. It is the aftermath of war, and that can get to be a touchy subject. What I say today is literally just my opinion on observations of history and what I think caused changes in general cultures around the world based on the effects of war. So you can disagree with me and let me know down in the comments if you think I'm wrong, but it is just an opinion. Okay, let's start with the Punic Wars. So the Punic Wars were fought between Carthage and Rome, and it was fought for dominion of the Mediterranean Sea. Now, I'm not going to cover exhaustively every event in the Punic Wars. There are a lot of videos on them. Oversimplified has got a video on them. OSP has got a video on them. So there's plenty of Punic War events if you want to go into details. What I'm going to talk about is the effects that the war had on the culture of Carthage. So when the first Punic War kicked off, it kicked off due to a dispute on the island of Sicily. And at this time, Carthage was a naval powerhouse. They had a massive merchant navy. They did not have nobility in Carthage. They had a republic, as did Rome at the time, and they were merchant driven. So rich families controlled Carthage, unlike Rome, which had its patricians. So Rome didn't have a king, but they did have the patricians. So Carthage was this naval powerhouse, but Rome barely had a navy to speak of. And yet Rome adapted really well. So they reverse engineered Carthage's ships and they invaded Carthage and finally won the First Punic War. At the end of the war, Rome levied a large debt on Carthage. So they demanded tribute from Carthage, much more than Carthage could afford to pay. And they took the provinces of Corsica from Carthage. This led to a lot of bitterness in the Carthaginian merchantmen. And in fact, a dude called Hamil Barca eventually went to Spain and conquered and colonized that territory in order to mine it for silver in order to repay Rome. But Hamil Barca was the father of Hannibal, and he raised his son to take vengeance on the Romans. So you can see how that injured enemy that was Carthage was not completely destroyed. They were just made into a vengeful nation that sought to reignite the war. So this happens when you have a powerful culture, a culture that had glory and that is defeated and left wounded but not killed. That's when you give rise to this kind of vengeance-driven culture. And this did indeed result in the Second Punic War, when Hannibal famously marched over the Alps with his elephants and basically laid sack to the Italian countryside. For 16 years, he terrorized the Italian countryside, defeating multiple Roman armies. And some of those battles are still studied by strategists today because Hannibal really was an exceptional general. It is well worth looking into those battles if you're doing military history to see how Hannibal strategized around winning those battles. But either way, Rome was an exceptionally adaptable culture, and eventually General Scipio the Great, Scipio the Legend, went to Spain and he freed Spain from Hannibal's brother, Hasdrubal, and eventually Hasdrubal died, and then Scipio took the fight to Carthage itself, and Hannibal had to race home to try and defend Carthage. And Scipio beat Hannibal right there in Africa. This was the end of the Second Punic War, and this time Rome didn't leave a wounded enemy behind. They stomped on Carthage. Carthage was not allowed to go to war without Rome's permission. They lost their entire empire. They lost all of their overseas territories. They became pretty much a vassal state of Rome, and a vassal state Rome didn't want and wouldn't protect. So what this created in the Carthaginians was bitterness. It was a broken civilization in the ruins of what had once been great. It can still be a dangerous culture, but generally it's a culture that lives on past glory, a culture that takes centuries to recover because they have been mud puddles stomped into being such a lesser culture. To some extent, this happened to the Scots after Bonnie Prince Charlie tried for the English throne and lost. The English went into Scotland and they forbade the wearing of the tartan and the speaking of Gaelic, and that wrecked the Scottish culture. So you can see that when you do that kind of activity where you take something that was a strong nation, that was a strong culture, and you then mud stomp them down, you create a deep and lasting bitterness. But there were 3 Punic Wars. So the Nubians started raiding Carthage, and Rome wouldn't even let them defend themselves. Rome denied them permission to go to war with the Nubians. In fact, a dude called Cato the Censor would end every speech with "Delenda est Carthago." Carthage must be destroyed. That is how Rome felt about Carthage. And in the end, Cato and the other hardliners came out on top, and when Carthage did defend themselves against the raids of their rival kingdoms, Rome came one more time to Africa, and this time they burnt Carthage to the ground. The only survivors from that massacre were the slaves that Rome took in tribute. Everybody else died. Total destruction of the culture and of the people of Carthage. This resulted in Carthage living on only as a memory, only as a tragic story, only as a warning to other cultures, to other enemies of Rome. This is what happens to you when you oppose Rome. You get stomped into a mud puddle, your city is burnt, your people enslaved. So that obviously completely destroyed Carthage as a culture, and they live forward only in these memories. Okay, that was a rather depressing story, I'm sorry. But, if you enjoyed talking about the Punic War in terms of the effect that it had on Carthage, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about the Second World War. So I want to talk about Finland, specifically in the Second World War, and the effects that the post-Second World War had on Finland. So back in 1939, the Soviet army, totaling about 1 million men, attacked Finland. Now, at the time, we were a very young nation. I mean, we still are to a certain extent. We only recently celebrated 100 years. But we were very young back then. We were barely 20 years old as a nation. We defended ourselves as best we could. But 1 million men, it pretty much exceeded our population. And during the winter, we managed to keep the Soviets out. And that was, of course, the time when Simo Häyhä was active. He's also known as the White Death. And he had around 500 kills on the battlefield. He was a sniper. So we did very well, and we were very proud of ourselves for keeping the Red Army out. But in February of 1940, Stalin used artillery bombardments and breached the Mannerheim Line, the defensive line on our eastern border. And the Brits and the French wouldn't help us because they were courting Stalin as an ally, so they could hardly help Finland defend against the Soviet army. So eventually we had to sign the Treaty of Moscow, and we had to cede Western Karelia and allow a Soviet naval base to be built at Hanko, which is a town just down the road from where I live. Now, this, of course, created a great deal of bitterness in Finland, as well as creating somewhat of a seeking of revenge feeling, especially since we were such a young nation, and we had actually managed to defend ourselves during the winter. To then lose in the spring, it just left a really bitter taste in the mouth of the Finns. We didn't have a formal alliance with Germany, but Mannerheim was real friendly with Hitler to the extent where Hitler gatecrashed Mannerheim's birthday party. And if you're interested in hearing what Hitler's voice sounded like when he wasn't speaking as an orator, that is the only surviving tape of Hitler's voice was at Mannerheim's birthday party when the Finns recorded Hitler without the knowledge of the SS. So you can find that tape on YouTube, and I will link down below if you're interested in listening to that conversation. It is all in German, but there are subtitles. Anyway, so Finland was friendly with Germany, and they allowed German troops to transit through Finland in 1941 when Hitler attacked the Soviet Union. And Finland, in the end, joined the fight against the Soviets at Germany's side, undertaking the War of Continuation. Now, obviously, as one of the Axis powers, albeit a tiny one that wasn't formally allied with the rest, we lost the Second World War. And we signed the Armistice of September 19, 1944, and eventually the peace between us and the Soviet Union was formalized. And we were levied with war debt, as were all of the Axis nations. And it had a strange and profound effect on the Finnish culture. So first you should understand that we did pay back our war debt. We are the only nation to have done so of all of those who had war debt coming out of the Second World War. And this was a subject of immense pride to the generations that were involved in that debt repayment. Because it wasn't just the case of the government repaying debt. People pawned their wedding rings in order to pay additional money into the government's coffers in order to repay Finland's war debt. We all wanted to get out of it. So that became actually a source of pride to those people that we had paid back our debt that had been levied due to the war. There was also the pride of defense juxtaposed with the fact that we allied with Hitler. We allied with a regime of evil. So we're proud that we defended ourselves against the Soviet army that rampaged on our border, but there is some shame in the measures that we went to. So it's a very complicated relationship, and I think that you can have such a relationship arise in your culture if you have a young nation that didn't expect to win and yet retained their independence in the face of overwhelming odds. So we lost, but we retained our independence. So unlike Carthage that had a great empire, we did not have the expectation of having a great empire. We'd never been a massive empire. We just wanted to have our independence. And in the end, we retained that despite losing. So really, when you're thinking about the effect that losing a war has on a culture in your world, it is about expectations. What does the culture expect when they're defending themselves? Do they expect to win? Because if they do and they lose, it is probable that they will end up bitter and lusting for revenge. If they are just hoping to survive and they manage to come out of the fight with some pride intact, they will probably look back on that war almost as a victory, despite the fact that they lost, just because they retained their independence. In fact, Finland, during the Cold War, remained neutral because, well, yes, we agreed with Stalin that we would remain neutral, but we also took a pride in providing a place that was a meeting place between the Soviet Union and the Western world. And Russia turned out to be a great trading partner. We sold a lot of goods into Russia and we became wealthy off that trade. So that I wouldn't say that they became a friend exactly, but they were not our enemy nation after that. Little bit dicey at the moment. So you can see that the difference between, say, us and Carthage is the difference in expectation of the nation. So think about that when you are creating your culture that's lost the war. If you want that culture to have a certain pride despite having lost, make them a young nation, make them expect to have lost, and then by hook or by crook, somehow keep their independence. If you want that culture to have a bitterness and a drive for revenge, give them an empire which they lose as a result of losing the war, even if they manage to keep the borders of their core nation together. What do you think the impact is of losing a war on a culture? Let me know in the comments below. And here we are at the end at last. In this last section, just for emphasis, here are the 4 mistakes I think fantasy writers make with war. 1. Neglecting logistics. Many writers overlook the importance of logistics, such as the supply of food, weapons, and medical supplies. Without addressing these elements, a war scenario can feel extremely unrealistic. Logistics play a crucial role in determining the success or failure of military campaigns. And don't forget about fantasy logistics here, like your components for magical spells, or your fantastical beasts for your cavalry, or for spying. If you run out of dragon scale oil, you're going to have some very unhappy dragons. 2. Ignoring morale and momentum. The morale of troops and the momentum of campaigns are really important for establishing who wins a war. Successful war narratives often show how leaders boost morale or how victories and losses affect the overall momentum of the conflict. One of the reasons why Rome is so interesting to study is because they have this resistance to the momentum. The momentum will seem as though it's going to destroy Rome, but somehow they manage to maintain their morale and come back with another army, making them a very interesting case study for that to and fro of momentum and morale. But also consider those phases of the 30 Years' War that we discussed earlier, and how they swung up and down as one side or the other was in ascendance and as new combatants entered the conflict. And I must say it again, multiple battles. A war is generally not a one-round affair. 3. Writing clean-cut battles and sieges. Battles and sieges are complex and chaotic. Writers often fail to portray this complexity, making a battle more like a fight, with the characters able to see everything. This results in an unrealistic combat scene where it feels like the reader is removed from the action like an eye in the sky. Now, while your battle needs a clear objective and outcome, during the battle, aim for chaos and struggle as the armies clash and people are acting as fast as they can on the information they have. 4. Writers often overlook the environmental factors such as terrain and weather, which can significantly impact military strategies and outcomes. Failing to consider these elements can make the war scenarios feel disconnected from the world around them. Consider things like the weather, droughts, and famines. It can have a dire impact both on the civilian population and on the actual military outcomes, as we saw with the 30 Years' War. And 5. Too much action, too little story. While action scenes are exciting, they should not overshadow the story or the character's development. A balance between action and narrative progression is critical to keep your readers engaged. They're not reading to read about your fake war. They're reading because they love your characters. So make sure that you keep the story moving. And that's it. That's my compilation on war. Did you enjoy it? Do you want more compilations? Do you think I missed something? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're there, check out the link to my books, which are currently on sale. You can buy all 3 of them for $1 each and check out how I implemented war in the world of Sangwheel. And otherwise, you can check out any of the videos displayed on screen now. And I will see you soon for another video from Just in Time Worlds, where we build what we need when we need it.